We'd like to call to order. Thank you. Welcome to the regular meeting, Tuesday, October 28th, 2025, here at District Administration Office, the North Hunterdon-Voorhees Board of Education. Our vision statement: every student empowered for tomorrow. Our mission statement: the North Hunterdon-Voorhees Regional High School District empowers all students through innovative and personalized learning to achieve their full potential, embrace lifelong learning, and continue responsibly to a changing world. In accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meeting Act and JSA 10-46, adequate notice giving the time, date, location, and to the extent known, the agenda of this meeting was published by the Hunterdon County Democrat and the Star Ledger on January 9, 2025. In addition, notice of this meeting has been posted at North Hunterdon High School and Voorhees High School, provided to the municipal clerks of Bethlehem Township, Calhoun Borough, Town of Clinton, Clinton Township, Franklin Township, Glen Garner Borough, Hampton Borough, Highbridge Borough, Lebanon Borough, Lebanon Township, Tewksbury Township, and Union Township, as well as other interested parties, and posted on the district website. Fire exits are located in the directions indicated. If alerted to fire, please move in a calm and orderly fashion to the nearest smoke-free exit. Restrooms are located through the doors behind me, and to the right is indicated. At this time, please silence all cell phones, and we will stand for the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, our Katie Blue, our BA, will administer the oath of office to our newest board member, Andrea Stein, representing Calhoun, Tewksbury Township.
I, Andrea Stein,
do
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and to the governments established in the United States and in this state,
to the governments established in the United States and in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
so help me God.
so help me God.
I, Andrea Stein,
I, Andrea Stein,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I possess the qualifications prescribed by law
that I possess the qualifications prescribed by law
for the office of Member of Board of Education,
for the office of member of the Board of Education,
and that I am not disqualified as a voter
and I am not disqualified as a voter
pursuant to RS 19-4-1,
pursuant to RS
19-4-1,
19-4-1,
nor disqualified
nor disqualified
due to conviction of a crime
due to conviction of a crime
or offense
or offense
listed in NJS
listed in NJS
18A 12-1,
18A 12-1,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially, and justly
impartially, and justly
perform all the duties
perform all the duties
of that office
of that office
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my abilities.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Welcome, Andrea.
Thank you.
Can we have a roll call, Katie?
Mr. Chapman?
Here.
Dr. Dean? Here. Ms. Gallup?
Here.
Ms. Hinch?
Here.
Ms. Cotran?
Here.
Mr. Lordy?
Here.
Mr. McIsaac?
Here.
Ms. Reyes?
Here.
Mr. Spanton?
Here.
Ms. Stein?
Here.
Ms. Beato?
Here.
And Ms. Lena?
Here. Thank you. Can I have a motion and a second to approve agenda item 5.1? the minutes from September 30th, 2025, our regular board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
That was Dan and Beth. Any comments? All in favor? Aye. Any nays or abstentions?
I'll abstain.
Andrea? At this time, we'd like to have our recognition of our student achievements. Okay, Dr. Cottrell?
It's my pleasure to introduce you to Nora Reeder and Dean Alvarez. So I'm just going to kind of tell you the story of what happened, and I'll tell you a little bit more about them. But about 2 weeks ago, we had a student getting dropped off here. She was riding a bus, and as she was getting off the bus, she had a medical episode that caused the student to become lightheaded and essentially pass out as she was coming down the stairs. And she was getting dropped off kind of behind the circle. The bus was blocking the view of the staff members in the courtyard. And we can see this all on video, so I'm just going to tell you what I saw on the video. Again, I see a student who stumbles and passes out, falls forward, her spills her coffee, her cup goes everywhere, her bag comes off her shoulder, books come out of her bag. And then several students proceed to get off the bus and go to school. And then we have Nora, who steps up. She comes off the bus, sees one of her classmates in need, and she goes over to make sure that she's okay. Several other students proceed to get off the bus, go to school. Then we have Dean, comes off the bus and sees another student in need. And so he goes over, checks on him. And so they help this student who's now, trying to get back with it, gain her composure, and they help her get her bag and, books in the bag, pick up her cup for her, help her up. And then so that student now is getting up, walking again toward the school. We think everything's okay. Well, I think they think everything's okay. But this student again has another episode and again stumbles, and they again help her as she comes to the ground, and they stay with her until at this point some of our staff members see what's going on and they come over. But it really struck me when I watched the video how you see other students walk by and you see these guys step up and make sure that that student's okay. And it's that kindness and compassion that I hope that we continue to celebrate here. This is why I wanted to celebrate them for what they did for that student, making that student feel comfortable, making sure that student felt safe. Thankfully they didn't have to give any first aid or life-saving measures, but they would have, I'm sure, if they needed to. But just being there and the compassion, when you see so many people walk by, they stepped up and did the right thing. So a little bit more about Nora. Nora is involved with theater, choir. She enjoys drawing and is a member of our girls' tennis team here at North. When I asked her why she went out of her way to help, she said it's just the right thing to do when you see someone who needs help. Dean has many hobbies, including drawing, graphic design, and music production. He hopes to be a therapist one day, so his helping people, I think, will maybe carry on to that profession. When I asked him why he stopped to help, he says he tends to have a strong empathy for others and notices when someone is in need of help. So that's why he did that. So again, I think just two great kids.
We welcome Mr. Ron Peterson from Voorhees High School.
Good evening, everybody. So up here, I have two outstanding athletes at Voorhees High School that are literally second to none, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about them. We have Ella Ortiz and Matea Tramatola. Ella had scored her 100th goal in girls soccer on senior night on September 25th, and that weekend she also scored two more and broke the Hunterdon County record. So she owns the Hunterdon County record for most goals scored. Voorhees has 4 players in girls and boys soccer history who have eclipsed the 100-point mark. How you get there is a goal counts actually as 2 points and assist counts as 1. Ella's current totals of 107 goals It's probably more than that now, I'm guessing. Or what are you up to now? Yeah, you still at 107, okay. And 23 assists give her a ridiculous 236 points, far beyond all our great scores of the past. She has actually ushered in the most successful era of Voorhees girls soccer, with 3 going on 4 winning seasons for the program. And I don't know if you know this, we've only had 3 winning seasons in girls soccer history in our school, and Ella's been a part now of 4 straight due to her influence. So Ella Ortiz, everybody. Now, Matteo Tramatola is the first Voorhees football player to eclipse the 1,000 mark for rushing yards in 2 seasons. He eclipsed Charlie Rodenberger's as Voorhees' all-time leading rusher mid-season, and his current lifetime rushing stats are, and this does not include the milk can game recently, to which he was the MVP of the game. 413 carries for 2,792 yards and 36 rushing TDs. He holds the records for the most rushing yards, carries, rushing touchdowns for a game, a season, and a career. He has powered our football team to a now 8-1 record thus far, only the 5th time we've ever had such a strong start in our history. And oh yeah, he's a pretty good linebacker too, 2nd on the team in tackles, and the team will take on the top-ranked team of Camden Friday night at 6 p.m. In the state playoffs. So, Matteo Tramatola, everyone.
Congratulations, Dawn. Thank you. At this time, we'll have our board student representatives reports. Can we start with Maxwell?
Yes, hi everyone. So it's been a lot happening in the last one since I saw you guys. So to start on Saturday, October 11th, we had our homecoming. Our theme was Lights of Rio. So Rio de Janeiro Carnival theme. We sold 905 tickets, which was one of our biggest homecomings. And it was a great last one to attend to. That was really fun. We also had our powder puff on Wednesday, October 22nd. That's the, if anyone doesn't know, that's like the female athletes are the ones that play football. And the seniors beat the juniors with a blowout score of 38-6. I know this was a concern at other board meetings. There has been a new driving drop-off plan at North Hunterdon. Instead of the parent drop-off and pickup line extending onto 31 and having some of the traffic there, our line now extends back into the parking lot. And we've seen good reports with that. Our boys cross-country team won their Hunterdon, Warren, Sussex, or county championships with a perfect score, and they're now going to the top 5 finishers. And our girls cross-country also won the entire Skyland Conference this month. Our Patriotic Youth Club is partnering with the Rho Kappa History Honor Society, and we're starting a warm hat and sock drive for homeless veterans. We had a planning meeting today. This will start at the beginning of November, so please keep that in mind, spreading the word about donating that. Along with donations, the senior class is starting their 3rd annual thrift shop again. This will occur towards the end of November, where every class, every kid in school will have the opportunity to go down to one of our gyms, where we'll be selling all the items that we've sorted through throughout the month. We've raised thousands of dollars before. This goes towards the senior class and fundraising for our prom. Our fall play, which was 67 Cinderellas, was October 18th and 19th. We had the biggest pre-sale ever. We sold over 500 tickets in pre-sale and had more than that the day of shows. And our club is planning their Friendship Day. This will happen on November 14th, just to get the word out there. I'll have more on that after it happens at the next meeting. And then lastly is talking about our football. As most of us probably know, North Hunterdon unfortunately lost the milk can this Friday to Voorhees, which I no doubt Sam will talk about in her report. But despite this loss, we had a very fun and successful Spirit Week. And we also had our hallway decorating competition. We started that last year where each class has a bunch of volunteers come and you decorate the hallways, and we each get different colors. So the seniors had green, the juniors had yellow, sophomores had white, and the freshmen had pink, and you decorate those. And it's a competition. The seniors did win this year, which I'm very happy about because me and a lot of my friends spent a lot of time on that. And our pep rally was a great way to end the Spirit Week, and we also, for the first time, started the Battle of the Beads. That was the student council that hosted that. So what that was is that throughout the week, the student council sold $1 beaded necklaces, and you could buy as many as you wanted. And then on Friday, the day of the pep rally and the game, anyone wearing a necklace, you could challenge to a game of rock, paper, scissors. If you won, you would take all their necklaces. When you received 5 necklaces, you could then challenge a teacher. And then the 2 people with the most necklaces at the end of the day challenged each other at the pep rally, and the winner got a Dunkin' gift card. On a more personal note, my twin sister was in the finals but did lose, unfortunately. Considering she's the one that drives me to Dunkin', unfortunately, that's not a free Dunkin'. However, the proceeds for this all goes to our state charity, which is the Crisis Response Canines, and this helps support the support dogs that help in times of trauma and emergency. And that's all I have for you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Samantha?
Okay, so mine is unfortunately a little bit longer, but that's just because we've had so many accomplishments this month, and I just thought it would be unfair to not share them with you all. So we had our homecoming on Saturday, October 4th. The theme was Masquerade, and we sold over 600 tickets, which was pretty high, given our population's a little bit smaller than North, but it was very exciting, and it was a great fundraiser for the senior class. In terms of sports, we've had a lot going on. So the girls cross country team placed 3rd in Hunterdon-Voorhees in Sussex, 3rd at Skylands, and 1st at Shore Coaches Invitational, and they're on the way to 1st at sectionals. The boys cross country team is 3rd in Hunterdon-Voorhees in Sussex, 3rd at Skyland Conference, 3rd at Shore Coaches Invitational. Wow, they make those hard to say. The girls tennis team is currently 15-4-1, which is one of their best records. Field hockey is 15-3, and they placed 1st in the Skyland Conference and made it to the semifinals in Hunterdon-Voorhees in Sussex. Our football team, they're 8-1. We did beat North at the Milcan game on Friday, and we have a couple of standouts that I'd like to mention. So as Mr. Peterson said, Matteo Tramatola has achieved a slew of records at Voorhees, and he also got the MVP of the Milcan game, so very exciting for him. Sam Meekings, our quarterback, has achieved most passing touchdowns in a game and record for a single season passing touchdowns. Ryan Benitez has earned the record for single season receiving yards, and the team is going to the playoffs on Friday for the first time since 2018, so we're very excited about that. Girls soccer is 10-8, led by Ella Ortiz, who has joined the 100 Goals Club. Boys soccer is 10-5, and on Saturday, they won the Hunterdon-Voorhees in Sussex Championship, so that was very exciting. Girls volleyball is 11-9, and Lily Meyer has set a new school record for career kills, and her number is still going up, so we'll see how high she gets by the end of the season. Our marching band, their show is the Upside Down. They placed 3rd at the Randolph Band Competition, and they have an upcoming competition on November 2nd. And our unified soccer team is 7-1 and placed 3rd in the Unified Cup. In terms of arts, our drama club production of Curtains the Musical, which is a murder mystery, I am a part of it, it is very good, is November 13th to 16th, the 13th, 14th, and 15th at 7, and the 16th at 2. If anyone has questions about tickets, you can reach out to Mr. Reynolds. VHS Unified Theater is putting on their production of Moana Jr. on December 13th at 6 and 14th at 2. In terms of clubs, Unified Club has their Unified Community Night on Wednesday, so tomorrow we're very excited about that. Their community nights really bring the school together, and it unites our Unified students with other peers in the school. They are fundraising for the Turkey Splash. This is very exciting. So at the pep rally on Friday, they announced what Mr. Peterson would be dressing up as if we raised $10,000. So if they raise $10,000, Mr. Peterson will dress up as Ursula. So that's going to be very exciting. And if we raise $15,000, Mrs. Kiefer will dress up as Ariel. And that's going to be a lot of fun. So if anyone is interested in donating or checking it out, I have some QR codes, so feel free to check that out. Spanish Club celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month with a banner in the language wing that highlighted Hispanic celebrities. Key Club hosted their non-perishable food drive for Spirit Fest and raised over 1,500 pounds, over 100 pounds more than last year, so that was very exciting. We're going to host our perishable food drive the week before the week of Thanksgiving. The National Honor Society hosted their induction on October 7th to welcome new members, and hosted their pink breakfast to raise money for breast cancer awareness on October 17th. History National Honor Society hosted a voter registration drive and registered over 40 new voters. That was very exciting. And finally, my favorite topic, Spirit Fest. So, like what North did with decorating, we also decorate areas of the school, but we have specific themes instead of colors. So the overall theme was biomes, and the seniors were rainforest, the juniors were ocean, the sophomores were wetlands, and the freshmen were Arctic. And they have to take a Voorhees versus North kind of aspect to it and then decorate that area. We also have to put on a skit. There are dressed up days, and we also do penny wars to raise money for crisis response canines, like what you did with the Battle of the Beads. Overall, I'm happy to report the seniors did win, so that was very exciting. But it was a lot of fun, and it really gets a bunch of students from all aspects of the school engaged. And then my final thing to report is that Dine Italian, which is something we brought back a couple years ago, which is an all-you-can-eat Italian dinner right before the milk can game, raised over $2,000, and we're excited to put that towards our fundraising efforts and our community service projects this year. And that's all I have for you.
Wow. Thank you, Maxwell and Samantha. You have been busy. Thank
Oh,
you.
yes.
Thank you. At this time, we would like to have our presentation and public hearing of the New Jersey Department of Education School Self-Assessment for North and Voorhees for determining grades under the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights Act for July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2025, presented by Ms. Jennifer Komorowski, our District Anti-Bullying Coordinator.
Hi, everybody, thank you. I don't really want to talk about HIB grades after all of that good stuff, but here we go. It's actually good news. So I'm here to present the initial school self-assessment grades under the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights for both North and Voorhees, and so this is for the 2024-2025 school year. So the school year we just concluded. So this self-assessment is completed yearly, typically in September at the building level. It's done by the school climate and safety, or school safety, and climate team, which is composed of the anti-bullying specialists in the building administrators, the staff, and a parent representative. It's meant to be a reflection of the year prior and used to identify, if needed, any areas for improvement. It's then submitted for your review prior to submission to the New Jersey Department of Education. The results of North and Voorhees are linked in the agenda for you. As you can see, North and Voorhees both scored a 77 out of a possible 78 points on the assessment. The assessment is composed of 8 different core elements, which looks at different things like staff training on policy and procedures, curriculum instruction regarding HIB personnel. That's making sure we have anti-bullying specialists, HIB incident reporting and investigation procedures, et cetera. It's just kind of looking at our procedures across the board. Our scores are very similar to our scores in years past, and I think kind of represents our continued dedication to the implementation of our HIB policies and procedures throughout the district. So where we go from here, after tonight's approval on these scores, they'll be certified and submitted to the NJDOE, which will then be reviewed. And then from there, they will then create and issue our district and school-wide grade reports, which last year I got and presented in May. So you'll see me again in May talking about these same scores from tonight. So any questions about any of those? No? Nice, easy, and simple. All right, thanks, everybody.
And next, we'd like to welcome Mr. Brown, Director of Curriculum Articulation and Student Achievement. He will be sharing our 2025 NJSLA results.
Good evening, everybody. Let me share my screen here. Oops. There we go. I think it took that minute to restart, but there we go. Okay. Oops, that's okay, here we go. All right, well, good evening, everybody. I'm here tonight to share the results of the 2025 NJSLA administration. That's the New Jersey Student Learning Assessment. The entire presentation is linked in the agenda, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have throughout the presentation and also at the end. So, for those of you who aren't familiar, the NJSLA, they are state-mandated tests designed to measure student proficiency. There's an ELA portion, a math portion, and a science portion. Students took the test in May of 2025. So for students in grade 9 take the ELA 9, the Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. And also any student who is completing Algebra 1 for the first time also takes the assessment. For science, it's only students in grade 11. And then for the official results, students in the academies and full-time polytech programs are not included. But I will also share with you the unofficial results that do include those students. So overall, our district results show strong student performance, significant achievement, well above the state average in ELA, geometry, and science. And just to give you the big takeaways first, and then obviously we'll dive into these more deeply as we get to the individual areas. But two main things to celebrate here. In science 11, it was an 11% increase compared to last year and well above the state average. For geometry, a 6% increase. When I talk about the increases, that's the percentage of students who are proficient, which we'll talk about what the proficiency rates are in a second. But you can see geometry increased from 2024, and it's well above the state average. And the two areas that we'll see us focusing on in the presentation as areas of focus are ELA 9, and even though we're 15% above the state average, we decreased 8.5%, so that's an area that we want to take a look at. And Algebra 1, which we'll talk about, where there was about a 5% decrease in proficiency rate from 2024. So we'll first talk about ELA and math, and those are scored, there's 5 different proficiency bands from level 1, not yet meeting expectations, to level 5, where you're exceeding expectations. So when I talk about proficiency, I'm really talking about levels 4 and 5, where 4 is meeting expectations and 5 is exceeding expectations. So if I mention proficiency, I'm talking about students who are in levels 4 or 5. So we'll start with ELA. And with ELA, just the big picture here, 65.7% of our students district-wide met or exceeded expectations. So that is 15.8 percentage points above the state average of 49.9%. And it did slightly decrease from 2024, so it went down about 9 percentage points from 2024, and obviously we're looking at that shift to ensure strong performance moving forward. So this slide here, slide 9, shows the comparison for the past 4 years. And I started with 2022 because there was no testing in 2020 or 2021 due to COVID. So this gives us a nice 4-year time frame to see the results. The North Hunterdon-Voorhees results are in blue. The state results are in red. So you can see that we've consistently the last 3 years been about 15 percentage points above the state average there. So this shows, looking at the levels, those levels that I mentioned before, compared to 2024 and to New Jersey. So like I mentioned, in 2024, 74% of our students were proficient in ELA 9 compared to 59% across the state. Whereas in 2025, 64% of our students were proficient compared to 50% across the state. So still 14 to 15% difference between the state there. Now this slide 11, shows the difference in the schools compared to last year. So you could see in 2024, 73% of the North students were proficient. That dropped to 64% in 2025. At Voorhees in 2024, 76.7% of the students were proficient. That dropped to 68.5% in 2025. So both of them went down around 8%, and that mirrors what the state went down. The state also went down 8% from 24 to 25 in the proficiency rate. When you add in all of our students who took the test, you can see that's what I call the unofficial, that goes up to 67.5% proficient at North and 72% proficient at Voorhees. So this slide here shows the subgroups and how they performed. And as you'll see, since it did go down about 8% from last year, all of our, with the exception of our Black or African American students, all of the other subgroups, actually Hispanic or Latino also went up a little bit. All of the other subgroups decreased in a proficiency rate from 2024. So that's the ELA portion. So looking at mathematics. So this is an incomplete graph because it does not include the 2025 results yet. What this shows is the same results for North Hunterdon-Voorhees in blue, but in red it shows only the grade 9 students across the state. So the reason why I don't have the 2025 grade 9 results is that my screen just went blank, but it's still projected there. No, it's not. My computer is restarting. Sorry about that. I don't know why it just restarted right now. Maybe it thought it was a good time to update. Okay, I think we're back up and running here. There we go. All right, let me get back to where we were here. All right, so as I was mentioning about Algebra 1, the red line there for the state shows only the grade 9 students. Later on, when I show you the statewide results for Algebra 1, it's going to include all of the students across the state, including students in 7th and 8th grade who took the assessment. We don't yet have the breakdown of just the grade 9 students. We'll certainly be looking at that in committee once we receive that information. Last year, I think it was around January when we received all of the statewide results, so I look forward to seeing that. But typically, we're about 10 to 15% above the state average when we look at just grade 9 students, which is obviously all that we have here in our district. So when we compare our results to the whole state, including those 7th and 8th grade students who took Algebra 1. Last year, we were 39% proficient compared to 40% across the state. This year, 34% at North Hunterdon-Voorhees versus 38% across the state. So we did drop down a few percentage points from last year, from 24. When we look at it by school, last year, or 2024, I'm sorry, at North, it was 38.5% students who were proficient. That dropped slightly, about a percentage point, to 37.6% in 25. And at Voorhees, there was a 10.8% decrease from 2024, where it was up to 39.6, and it dropped to 28.8% proficient. And again, when you add in the students from the academy programs and the full-time polytech programs, those percentages go up 1 to 2%. So I have both the official and then the unofficial where we add those students in here. When this looks at our subgroup population, when you see only one, when it doesn't have one of the years represented, it's because there weren't 10 or more students in that subgroup to publicly report that information. But you can see our Hispanic and Latino population went up. All of the others slightly decreased from 2024 in the percent proficient for those subgroups. When we move into geometry, 78.7% of our students were proficient. That increased 6% from 2024. That is 22.7% higher than the state average. So that is fantastic. And this shows the trends from those 4 years with geometry. And you can see that we've been consistently around 20 or so percentage points above the state average for geometry. So that's all of the geometry students across the state compared to our students taking geometry. And again, that's just our 9th grade students taking geometry. Looking at compared to the state and last year 73% of our students were proficient This 2025 was 79%, so there's that 6% increase. With the state also had an increase. It was 49% proficient in 24, and it went up to 57% proficient in 25 across the state. And looking at this by school, so you could see that North Hunterdon increased 3 percentage points from 24 to 25, from 73 to 76%, and Voorhees had an over 10% increase from 24 to 25, from 72.9% proficient to 83.1% proficient. So both schools increased, Voorhees with that 10% increase. And when we add in those students from the full-time Polytech and Academy programs, those percent proficient go up even higher to 79.3% proficient at North and 86.8% at Voorhees. And since the overall scores increased, you would expect the subgroups to increase as well. The Asian population, that subgroup did slightly decrease in proficiency, but all of the other ones increased from 24 to 25. We don't have enough students who take Algebra 2 as freshmen to publicly report that information. The state requires us to have at least 10 students take the test to report that information, so we did not have enough students to report that. Moving into science, there was significant improvement in science from 24 to 25. 52.5% of our students were proficient. That was an 11-point increase from 2024. And I know it's hard to believe that a 52.5% proficiency rate was 11 percentage points higher than 2025, but that is 21% higher than the state average. So when we look at science, just keep in mind, 31% of the students across the state were proficient in this science assessment, which just shows you how difficult this assessment is. But that is, of all the assessments that we're examining today, this is the most successful result in terms of our year-over-year growth. So the way science is scored is out of 4 proficiency levels. Level 1 is below proficient, and it goes up to level 4 with advanced proficiency. So when we talk about proficiency for science, we're talking about obtaining level 3 or 4. So you can see that huge spike from 24 to 25, over 10 percentage point increase. But you can see that we've been consistently about 15 percentage points or so above the state average, in 2025, about 20% above the state average in proficiency, which is fantastic. Looking at the comparison of 2024 and to the state, so you could see that in 24, 42% of our students across the district were proficient. That jumped up to 53% in 2025. Across the state, there was an increase. It was slight. In 24, 28% of the students across the state were proficient, and that increased to 31% in 2025. Looking at the school-wide results, both schools increased. North increased 7.2% from 38.7% to 45.9% proficient in science. And at Voorhees, it jumped from 47% proficient to 63.3%, so an over 16% increase in the Voorhees proficiency rate. So as you would expect, since those scores increased so much, all of our subgroups increased in proficiency rates as well, from 24 to 25. So as we look at the intervention strategies, while our overall scores are strong, we're seeing some performance gaps in certain subgroups, especially in ELA 9 and Algebra 1. So that's an area that we want to focus on. We've drilled down into the course and classroom level to look at targeted strategies, to ensure greater equity and success for every student. And for our teachers and for the curriculum, we obviously are refining our common assessments. We do use our common assessments to identify the specific learning standards so that we can identify what students need additional focus on across all courses. We obviously work with our ascending districts to better align our instruction to close those skill gaps for the incoming freshmen. And we've really had a renewed focus on literacy with writing across the curriculum to strengthen the ELA skills, which obviously is critical for all subjects as well. And as we look at supporting our students, we do have our response to intervention program, which provides that structured academic help. We have extra help available, which we have during our workshop classes for our seniors. We have resource rooms throughout the day. We have help for all of our students after school from 2:30 to 3:10. And we also have our tutoring program, the 24/7 tutoring program to help students with homework and other things as they need throughout the year. So are there any questions that I can answer for you about these results? Yes.
So I noticed in the ELA 9, there was the significant drop, the 8% drop, but I also noticed that the state
Yes.
also dropped by the same amount.
Yes.
So could that be reflective of the test itself? Or?
Yeah, I mean, year to year, the test, you see the statewide results fluctuating, and usually the difference between us and the state mirrors that change.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in line with how the students across the state performed, and it just varies. Now, I will say, I didn't include this in the presentation, we've had a nice 4-year run with consistent results. This year, you may have heard that during the 25-26 school year, there is going to be a new test. So it's still called the New Jersey Student Learning Assessment, but it is now going to be an adaptive assessment on a new platform. So I don't know how the scores are going to be reported for this year. But yeah, what we've seen throughout the last 4 years is that as the state moves up and down, we usually move up and down with it, keeping that same gap between our performance and theirs. So that's probably that's probably what attributes to it. Yes.
So just to comment on that too, so when we discussed this in the curriculum committee, one of the things that I pointed that out as well and saw the 2024 test as kind of an anomaly, and really felt that the better way to gauge what how the students are performing is really to look at 2023 and 2025, because that seems to be more in line with where the performance was. So that was one of the comments that I had made. But the other thing that I just wanted to point out, because I found the tables to be misleading when you're looking at the ELA grade 9 and even in the Algebra 1, that when we look at these percent differences between, when you look at level 1 and level 2, for example, and it shows that there was a negative number, that's actually should be viewed as a positive, because we have less students, or we may have more students who are, it's actually less, looking at ELA 9, less students in levels 1 and 2, and we have more in 3, 4, and 5. So I just want to make sure it's clear that it should be viewed in its entirety and not across each line item, because it does show that there's been improvement by the students overall coming into the school. And then I just since I'm still going, wanted to add something to the action plans. And one of the things that I've noticed that differs quite a bit from when we were all in school is that the kids don't do enough writing. And the things that they're writing on are not really they don't appear to be that useful, to be honest. I mean, we used to do book reports. I haven't seen none of my kids have done book reports. And they tend to have to write essays based on, a 4-page newsletter type of thing. So I do think that there is a benefit, because between social media and text messaging, students are kind of getting dumbed down in terms of the way that they write. And so I do think that it's important to have a better focus on the writing side of things, especially since they need to know how to write when they leave high school.
Absolutely. That's a great point.
Any other questions?
Just a couple of observations items. First, thank you for including the unofficial results, and I think that was a topic that came up in past years, that those are the academy students who are in our English and math classes. While they don't count for our official score, it's good information because they are within our English and math curriculum.
Yeah, we are
sort of representing that.
Yes.
The other thing, and I may have brought up before, and I don't know if it's something that could potentially be included in this type of report, kind of comes down to that cohort comparison, which ultimately, and kind of to Beth's point a little bit, can be misleading from year to year. And we have seen instances where certain cohorts of students perform phenomenally well. And then, the next year, it's a different batch of kids with a different testing history behind them. And in some ways, it's sort of unfair to compare. It's almost like comparing your middle child to your oldest child about who's doing better on ELA or math. So it would be really great if going forward there is some ability to see those cohorts over time, simply because while what might appear like an underperformance one year when compared to the year before might actually be a good trajectory of growth for that cohort of students. And that is something that I think gets lost, and where now we can kind of see if we're ebbing and flowing along with the state, that might enable us to see if there's something a little more unique happening with a group of kids, or almost more significantly, is it happening when they're here? Because I think one of the other points that has come up in the past was 8th grade students taking Algebra 1 in our sending districts, and information has come out that the percentage of kids there varies quite considerably, from a low of 15 to 16% to a high of roughly 60%. And I know that's an ongoing articulation comparison. So yeah, as you're saying, more of that is certainly better in terms of the ability to get kids moving and accelerated in math at those lower grades is huge in terms of where they are and where they perform with us. And last, not that you would have an answer to this, but I am sort of curious that you pointed out there was some subgroups where we actually saw some gains and some gap closures. I don't know if at this point we have any sense as to, you know, that, like what maybe had an impact of that. I don't even know if that's something you've been able to
in
look at.
many cases, those subgroups, you know, we're required to report more than 10, but it could have been 10 or 11, so we could be talking about 1 or 2 students.
Right,
You
if
know,
that number is
yes.
that, again,
Sort of falling into that cohort, you might just have a group of students who perform particularly strong.
Yeah, and to comment on the cohort, we did look in committee at the 7th and 8th grade results, but again, that's just us putting together to the best that we can from the released information from the state. Some of our districts, as you know, are very small, so those numbers are not publicly available. So, you know, we put together, what I do is whenever those results are released, I put together the results from all of our sending districts and look at the school that they're most likely going to go to. And that doesn't even completely capture because of the academy programs. But we do our best to track when I start in 3rd grade, you know, and look at, you know, in my office I have 3rd through 9th grade to see the results and track them by their cohort. And they do typically follow that same progression throughout. And we do track that, you know, throughout. But we just, all that we can use is the publicly available information. So the first test that we give is this one for our grade 9 students. When we have the NJ GPA, we did show, you know, how they did on the 9th grade assessment and then again in the 11th grade assessment. So,
and I guess sort of with that comparison, even looking at something like grade 8 ELA, while we may look at grade 9 ELA and say, all right, it's okay, it's what it is, what it doesn't tell us is that same cohort of students, how did they do in 8th grade?
Right.
And did we see a gain?
and how
on
does
that
it compare to the
performance?
state
Correct.
as well?
Yes.
Yes. And I didn't mention, but probably around, it's usually around January when we receive the results from all of the schools across the state. And that's where we dig into the really important work, you know, with the results that are available.
Do you think that the changing of this year's test differently than it's been administered in the past couple of years affected these numbers to be this decreases?
Oh, this is not, the new test will be
25, 26 for you.
That's what I'm
Yes,
trying to
yes,
figure out.
yes.
And the other thing too is like when we have a cohort with like 10 children, right, like 10 students, if one student doesn't do well, it really throws off that balance.
It does, yes.
And sometimes I feel that's like an unfair advantage for that cohort. And it's
Or disadvantage.
It's a huge disadvantage,
It is,
yeah.
right.
And there's no other way that we could possibly calculate that.
No, I mean, it is, you know, the numbers are what they are, we have to report them, but obviously it's just a way for us to reflect and to look at,
And for the teachers to look at the individual students to see how they did and to see how we can inform instruction. Unfortunately, we get the results too late to actually inform the classroom instruction that year, but we can for the following year, yes.
Why does it take so long?
that is,
From my understanding, that is one of the reasons why they're changing providers, yes.
Any other?
And plus the essays
are scored by humans, which is a good thing, but it does take time to do that, yes.
So, in terms of the classroom itself, where the learning comes alive, were there any considerations for next steps and interventions to look at the supports that are needed for instruction, how we can help our teachers, particularly when I see refined assessments? Are there action steps to help them, give them support with using data to drive instruction at the same time? I see writing across the curriculum. Are there supports in place, or is that an action step to help build their writing, instruction?
So we are talking about, and we're starting to, we used to have literacy committees in each building, and that during COVID kind of went away. So we're in the process of bringing those literacy committees back in. And what those committees do is we have teams of teachers, a representative from each department, get together, and we talk about different ways to bring writing instruction into each classroom. And then those representatives turnkey it with their departments at department meetings. So we are starting up literacy committee meetings, and we also just trained all of the administrators on what to look for writing instruction when they do observations. So those are things that we want to make sure that there's writing being done on a regular basis in all classes.
Well, and that was my other thought of, leveraging walkthroughs and evaluation as a way of supporting instruction.
Right.
Yeah.
And to get back to your point about the common assessments, we have 2 of our upcoming professional development days. The teachers will be getting together to look at the results from those common assessments, and they do give them, the platform that we use gives them a breakdown by standard and question and all kinds of things, and it even gives them the time spent on each question. So the teachers will be able to get together to look at the results, and for example, if your students are performing at a higher level than mine, we can talk about how you taught that particular skill, so we can make sure that all students get the same level of instruction. Any other questions?
Is tester graded manually?
Well, the open-ended questions are, but there is a lot of multiple choice as well, or technology-enhanced questions that is graded automatically, but the open-ended questions are graded by humans.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you're comparing the data from North to the state, it's the same, it's all ninth graders?
No. It depends on which test you're talking about. So for ELA 9, yes, it's all ninth graders. For Algebra 1, no. So that is every student in the state who took the Algebra 1 assessment. But we obviously only have the high school students.
So we're really kind of comparing apples to dragons here?
Yes, we are. Yes.
Okay. And
Except for that one slide where I showed just the ninth grade students.
Okay, I guess there's no other way to...
At this time, no.
So the data is really, I don't want to say unreliable, but not a fair representation.
It doesn't, at this point, we don't have the drilled down information that is most useful to us.
Okay. And I guess my last question would be, has the committee given any consideration to put like a subset in there, like against the county? To kind of, I see the state.
So
But is there anything to see like locally, like how we're doing against?
Not yet. When all the scores are released, or probably around January, that's when I compile that information on my own. The state doesn't compile it, but I do it on my own. And then, we definitely perform favorably against the other schools in the county.
And you'll be compiling that?
Yes.
Okay.
And typically what we do is go over that in committee once that information is out. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And other schools that, beyond the county that we compare ourselves to. There used to be district factor groupings, which are similar socioeconomic status districts, and I have a list of all those, and I always compare us to all of them as well.
That's a good idea.
Yes. Now, the state hasn't updated DFGs since the year 2000. Demographics have changed slightly in 25 years, but still I compile that information. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Moving forward, we will have our Chief School Administrator's report, Dr. Borchak.
Thank you, Kim. So students took a lot of my thunder away, which this usually happens with all the fun stuff, but I will just say thank you to all the students and staff that are involved in things like our homecoming dance and our theater performances and our Powder Puff games and all the things that happened, Spirit Week, leading up to the hurricane game, and the things that are happening in the building. Our staff and students put a lot of time into that, so thank you. I know you are both very involved. And there was a lot of other students and all of our staff that gave their time to make these things possible for our schools. A couple things I did want to mention that I didn't hear about was PSAT testing. Sounds like it's very exciting, although you're seniors, so you don't get to take it.
We have to sleep in.
The 9th, 10th, yeah, that's true. The 9th, 10th, and 11th grade students at Hunterdon-Voorhees took the PSATs on October 22nd. So thank you to everyone who makes that a successful endeavor, especially Mr. Squarsha, who's here, and I know he's very involved in that. And also Guillermo, because the technology involved right now too. Food drives, I did want to mention that we still have active food drives at both schools. Anybody who can donate, I know there's ways you can donate through both schools. There are a lot of families in need this time of year. It's really important to get our food pantries back up and stocked up. So anything that anyone can do, I know North Hunterdon Kiwanis are organizing a food packing event at Clinton Township Middle School the Monday before Thanksgiving. Our staff and our students will probably be helping with pack all those things up. So, and then I want to mention there was a driving simulator at North Hunterdon that was we received with the help of the North Hunterdon Education Foundation. The North Hunterdon Education Foundation funded half of the cost of this driving simulator, and it's basically a hands-on learning tool to provide students with a safe, risk-free experience in hazard recognition, adverse weather conditions, and distracted driving scenarios. And if you've ever did one of those driving simulators, it is interesting. And then the Spirit Weeks went great at both schools. We did get to visit both schools and see all the decorations. Students did a great job at both schools, and so congratulations to them, and thank you for ending that week on a very high note. So I also wanted to mention that we did talk about the Milk King game, but it was the 50th anniversary, and that was a pretty big deal. We did have, both schools played fantastic. The end score does not show the result because it was a very close game all the way up. At the end, a few things happen, and in football games, scores, they go up quickly. So, but I did want to congratulate both schools on a well-played game and congratulate Voorhees on getting the can. We did have, since it was a 50th anniversary, we had some dignitaries there that were in the first game, or coached the first game, and a lot of people showed up, from the past. I saw a lot of faces I haven't seen in a long time. As someone who's been here as long as I have, it was nice to see a lot of those faces, say hello to them, and they were all very excited about the 50th anniversary of that. So congratulations again to John Hack and the Voorhees football team, and wishing them all all the best in the upcoming playoff games. I know they're excited to go down to Camden and hopefully keep moving on in that process. So. I also wanted to do a strategic plan update because I was asked to come up with some information based on certain pillars. I picked pillar number 2 of our strategic plan for this month because this is what we've been doing a lot of work on. So I just want to read what our pillar number 2 goal is and then what our objectives are, and then go into a few items here. So first of all, our goal for pillar number 2 in our strategic plan is to establish and foster a workforce committed to student success, characterized by high performance, data-informed decision-making, and continuous growth fostered through proactive recruitment and comprehensive professional development. The 3 objectives that reside under that goal are to enhance personnel growth, support and growth through quality professional development, to foster a positive and supportive school and district environment, and to empower staff members to develop and deliver a rigorous curriculum and instructional practices. So in order to achieve our strategic plan, annually we create district goals. And so our district goals are our annual metric on how we're going to measure what we have how we have made success towards our strategic plan as a 5-year plan. So our district goal that relates to that this year is, by the end of the 25-26 school year, increase staff satisfaction with school climate and support systems through initiatives focused on staff camaraderie, wellness, recognition, and facility improvements. And data from the school climate improvement survey that is conducted annually will be analyzed to determine improvements, as well as qualitative data collected through the Strategic Planning Advisory Committee. That leads me into the next thing that I want to report on, is that the first meeting of the Strategic Planning Advisory Committee was held on October 14th at North Hunterdon High School. This committee is made up of 18 employees from across our district, and we discussed the relationship between the strategic plan and the district goals, and then we reviewed the 4 district goals for the school year. After we reviewed those goals, most of the discussion then revolved around goal number 1, regarding school climate and staff satisfaction. The committee agreed that we should be evaluating our communication with staff and developing standards so that communication from administration to staff is consistent across the district. We also discussed having the administration in classrooms more often for non-evaluative visits. The committee agreed that most teachers are always looking for ways to highlight what their students are doing in their classrooms, and myself and I know the other administrators have been trying to do that more often now. Just get in and say hi and talk to students and make sure the teachers know that we're there to support them as well as evaluate. We also discussed how professional development can play a vital role in how staff treats students, but also how leadership treats staff. So again, we did a professional development for all of our staff on how to get the best out of our students and motivate our students, and we're going to try to do the same thing as a leadership team to make sure we're motivating our staff. Many of the same concepts from the staff to student professional development, like communicating, consistent rules, and acknowledging hard work are all important to improve school climate, and so we're going to continue those endeavors. Just a couple examples. Voorhees has developed a professional development series where staff who have expertise in certain areas are going to be offering unofficial professional developments for any staff that want to join. So one of them, two that just happened were proper stretching. So, being able to, from a wellness perspective, and taking good photographs. So if somebody had an interest in taking good photographs, that was something that the other staff could learn from their colleagues on. And so these are all ways that we're trying to make sure that our colleagues and our staff are feeling together and have that camaraderie. North Hunterdon also has scheduled things they call Lion Pride events throughout the school. One of them you heard from which was the Battle of the Beads. And, that one was, I was going to say that was a rock, paper, scissors contest that I think included a lot of students, but it was also, staff and students. So it's great to have the staff and students work together on something. That really brings the whole school together, and again, makes staff feel like they're part of, something at that school, something more than just what happens in the classroom. And the staff also had a pumpkin painting contest amongst the staff. And, that always amazes me that we can have 18 pumpkins out at a public high school, and they last for a week in the hallway. And so that went very well, and so we're proud of our staff for doing that. So that was what we have accomplished for pillar number 2 for our strategic plan this month, and I'll continue to report on those as we go out month to month. So the business part of my report is we have our report on harassment, intimidation, and bullying, which this month there was two incidences reported at North Hunterdon. One was inconclusive, which means there wasn't enough evidence to decide whether or not it was founded or unfounded, and then the second one was unfounded. And then we would need the motion. You want to call for the motion?
Yes. Can I have a motion second to affirm the determinations on the HIB incidents reported on September 30th, 2025 board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All in favor? Aye. Any nays or abstentions? Andrea, it's Andrea, right? Not Andrea, okay.
Thank you.
Rich, before you go into the next one, I wanted to just go back to something in your, the report on the things happening in the schools. So with the food drives and the donations, a follow-up question I have is, do we have the ability to provide meals for students to take home where their families won't be receiving SNAP benefits after November 1st?
Yeah.
Is there anything that we can look at to make sure that students are being fed?
We do that. Our health offices actually organize that at each school.
Okay, good,
and we do have quite a few families that take advantage of that.
Okay.
That's in addition to trying to help us, fill these food banks up so that
Yeah.
somebody who's even not in our school still has access to the same,
Okay, all right.
or same services.
Yeah, because I just want to make sure that it
No,
wasn't just the thing we do at the beginning of the school year. It's, sometimes they don't factor these kinds of situations.
And again, if there's somebody who needs something, even the students, if we're always there to help.
Okay.
So we want to be able to support our families and also families in the general community.
Okay, thanks.
Very good question, Beth. At this time, I'd like to need a motion and a second to approve the annual renewal of the New Jersey Uniform State Memorandum of Agreement between educational and law enforcement officials for the 25-26 school year. And documents are available in the board office if necessitated. Can I have
moved.
And a second? Second. Oh. Are you Dan, Sarah?
And just so everyone's aware, this is a standard document that's prepared through the prosecutor's office that we all agree on sharing certain information when necessary. So.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions?
And last but not least, the monthly school reports are there for review. Any questions on that?
Thank you. Moving on to school board president's report. I just have just a tiny bit of things. Business, Tuesday, November 25th, 7 p.m. is our next regular meeting. At 11.2 board goals, it was in the folder. It was everything we discussed. 1 and 2, they're lofty. I think 2 is, you'll see they're very lofty. Is everyone in agreement? Any comments? I didn't receive anything from anyone.
Well, one, just maybe by way of clarification, I know when we had discussed the idea of exploring the committee of the whole model as part of, I can't remember if it was last month or the month before.
It's been both months. I think it's been every month. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess the one thing I wasn't sure about was the expression of it, of shifting to it as a deterministic end.
I left that in there, that language, we discussed it, and if it's brought up and we have a comments and there's a motion made on it, and the board will decide as a majority. I think, so it may or may not shift,
Okay,
I guess is the word.
yeah. It was just clarifying on that.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I saw there was also discussion that, there's policy discussion that has to happen anyway.
Yes,
Right.
yes. Okay, thank you. And I have just one more item I'd like to share. I was thank Dr. Berjax for adding on our agenda, if everyone has noted, and I read it, our vision and mission statement is now on our agenda, and I think it's great. We're celebrating our district. I just would like to read something. You might have heard it before, but I'm going to say it again. As a school district dedicated to fostering thoughtful engagement and mutual respect, we recognize the importance of helping students navigate complex events with care and understanding. Recent developments have had a profound impact on many in our community, our state, and our nation. This is a time that calls for steady, compassionate leadership. It is essential that we model respectful communication, especially when perspectives differ. We must also be mindful of the emotional impact on students who may feel unheard or overlooked. Quiet responses do not mean these moments pass without significance. Remaining true to our shared values means standing against intimidation in any form, encouraging constructive dialogue, and promoting an environment free from bias. These principles are not just part of our educational mission, they are vital to creating a safe and welcoming space for all. Thank you. At this time, we would like to welcome, I'm sorry? Oh, we would like to welcome our attorney, Phil Stern. He's going to give a legal update.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everybody. At the pleasure of the board, for a couple of minutes at each board meeting, I'm going to be providing a brief legal update to something that should be of interest to NHV School District. And so tonight, I have chosen a provocative document that we can share. It's going to be a homework assignment. I was a teacher for 11 years before I was a lawyer. I've been a lawyer now for about 35 years, all the time involved in public education. And in all those 40 some odd years that I've been involved in public education, in one form or another, I have never seen the rate of change that we are witness to right now, this very moment. When you were talking about events that are going on and comments that are being made, I could make a quick legal report from just listening to the radio on the way here. Just listening to whatever happens. Things are changing minute by minute. And so tonight's very brief legal update is starting us all off at about 40,000 feet legally. And 40,000 feet is basically what is happening on the federal level that impacts NHV, that impacts us in this room. In April of 2023, the Heritage Foundation published a document called Project 2025, a 900-page document that sets forth a blueprint for much of what we're seeing in today's administration. And my sharing this has absolutely nothing to do with one's political point of view. It is just that in Project 2025, which is called Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise, Chapter 11 of Project 2025 is all about the Department of Education. If anyone in this room or within the sound of my voice wants to understand what the current administration is doing right now, what the plans are, what the goals are, what the values are, it's all here in black and white in Chapter 11 of this document. I happen to teach a course to undergraduates at a university in Connecticut, and this is required reading. The course is education law, and this is required reading in this course. I urge all of us who find the rate of change in our world right now to be dizzying, read this chapter. I mean, by reading it, it is everything we're seeing happening is happening from this blueprint. And it's a wonderful opportunity to understand, agree or not, with exactly what's going on today and what will probably be going on in the days to come. So from 40,000 feet, the legal update is Chapter 11 of Project 2025. It's called Department of Education. It's 43 pages. It's very important and interesting reading. Next month, I hope to talk about something a little closer to home as the legal update, but at the pleasure of the board, I would continue to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, we will have our public comment. During this portion of the meeting, the public is invited to address the Board of Education with comments. You are requested to sign the register provided and state your name, municipality of residence, group affiliation if applicable, and direct your comments to the school board president. While all comments will be considered by the Board of Education and a response may be forthcoming if and when appropriate, individual school board members may not respond to the speakers at the time of their appearance. The public comment period will be a maximum of 30 minutes in length unless there are unusual circumstances. You will be allocated 3 minutes to speak, and no one will be permitted to speak more than once on the same topic until all others who wish to speak on the topic have been heard. Please keep your comments respectful and non-defamatory. and maintain the level of decorum appropriate for a public meeting where students, our students, and others may be present in the audience.
Good evening, Carol Basiotis, 11 Rubles Road, Clinton, New Jersey. I come here tonight as a concerned parent of the girls' North Hunterdon soccer team. We were notified last night by the Booster Club that the coaches will not be attending the end of the season banquet that has been scheduled for next Wednesday. Instead, on November 20th, the coaches will be hosting a players-only assembly on campus where parents are not permitted to attend, and awards will be given out then. This abrupt change is fully supported by the Department of Athletics and Administration per the AD's email from earlier today. I come before you this evening to express some concerns and would appreciate your full attention and reconsideration. The initial communication came from the Booster Club email last night. The communication should have come from those making this decision with clarity, transparency, to avoid any misunderstanding. Historically, on the night of the banquet, the girls speak about the seniors who have worked so hard the last 4 years to earn, keep, and maintain a spot on the varsity team. It's an evening to celebrate wins, losses, personal achievements, team achievements, and freshmen receiving their varsity letters and sending off our senior teammates, all the while having their families there to celebrate these hard-earned achievements. One email has taken that all away from these girls, and it has been supported by the coaching staff and administration. The season lacked communication and transparency from the very beginning. Many girls tried to advocate for themselves, and it has fallen on deaf ears or a blind eye. Parents have reached out with no response. Like you said, you can't have constructive conversation when there are no responses to inquiries. Directives were given by the AD and completely disregarded. To date, 7 practices have been canceled. This is a varsity team, and having that many practices canceled should be looked into. We have an assistant coach. Why can't she run practices when the varsity coach is not available? We have been told that individual achievements cannot be celebrated by the team. Is this how we want our student athletes to see this program? Many students are in fact celebrated in this very room for their individual achievements. How can administration support this new initiative? Is it acceptable? If this was your child, would you be up here doing the same thing that I'm doing? I wasn't going to make this personal, but we honored a Voorhees goalie today, right, for 100 saves. Someone needs to look into the North Hunterdon goalie who had 100 saves in the prior season and this current season, and no one acknowledged that. I'm not sure if I'm more disappointed in the coaching staff for robbing the girls of this one night for them to celebrate, or the administration for fully supporting this. Who supports these athletes? It's clear neither the coaching staff or the administration. We are now a week away from states, and this team has no support or encouragement. How does this make the girls feel? Has anyone from the coaching staff or administration asked the girls their opinion on this abrupt change? When things get hard and or uncomfortable, the decision just shows that the girls are okay just to not participate like the coaches are doing. Would it be acceptable for the girls to walk off the field in a close game, or a game where maybe the refs calls aren't in their favor? No, absolutely not. They have to press on and give it their all. Why aren't the coaches pressing on and giving it their all? And if the coaches are going to do it and not show up for these girls on the night of the banquet to hand out awards, varsity letters, and words of encouragement, then maybe the athletic department and administration should. We cannot just quit when things get tough, and this is exactly what has happened. Is this the environment we are promoting? Coaches quitting on the team? It speaks volumes. And just so you know, their practice jerseys state "we" over "me." Perhaps the coaches and administration should follow that mantra. I also happen to notice that on the agenda it states, the vision statement, every student empowered for tomorrow. How is this empowering them? I'm asking the administration to seriously reconsider and intervene on behalf of the student athletes. I'm not really sure what the coaches are trying to hide by making this award ceremony private. But in this day and technology, nothing should be private. And if the parents aren't permitted to be there, then perhaps we should have it on a Zoom meeting so everyone can participate. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Valerie Chores. I'm also here for the same reason that was just discussed. It is.
I'm sorry, can you say your name?
Valerie Chores.
And your
Clinton Township?
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, so it's just with deep sadness and frustration that I stand before you today. As was already mentioned, we recently learned that the coaches are not going to be attending the girls' soccer banquet, and that this decision is being fully supported by the athletic director, the principal, and our superintendent. For months, parents have poured time, effort, and love into supporting this program. We have attended every game, planned fundraisers like the car wash, organized senior night, and spent the last 6 weeks preparing for the banquet. We do these things because we care deeply about our players and this team. The banquet is not just another event. It's the culmination of an entire season of hard work, growth, and camaraderie. It's a moment where our daughters are recognized for their dedication, their teamwork, and their love of the game, surrounded by their families and coaches. To be told just 2 weeks before the banquet that the coaches will not attend feels like a slap in the face. To the players who have given their all, to the parents who have supported them every step of the way, and to the very spirit of the program itself. It is not only disappointing, but it's unfair. Are any other teams at North being denied a banquet because their coaches chose not to attend? The banquet, complete with coaches and awards, has long been a proud North tradition, an evening that honors our athletes. So why is the girls' soccer team being singled out? How will our players feel as they watch their classmates in other sports enjoy celebratory banquets surrounded by their coaches and families, while their own season ends with a half-hearted celebration in the cafeteria? What message does this send about equity, about respect, and about the value we place on our female soccer players? And beyond that, what are we teaching them about conflict and compromise, about grace, empathy, and leadership in difficult moments? These players are being hurt by a decision that diminishes their hard work and undermines the lessons we strive to teach them through sports. I don't claim to know everything that has happened behind the scenes, but punishing players and parents is not the solution. Choosing to withhold the coach's presence at the banquet shows a lack of respect for this program and a failure of imagination. To suggest that a small awards ceremony in the school cafeteria with only players and coaches present is an acceptable substitute diminishes the meaning of these achievements, or their achievements. It cheapens what should be a proud, joyful celebration shared with family and friends. There are reasonable compromises. Why not dedicate an hour of the banquet to awards? The coaches could attend that portion, present the awards, and leave if they wish. Surely we can find a solution that honors both the players' efforts and the coaches' boundaries. Another possibility is to have another respected adult hand out the awards, perhaps the principal, a respected teacher, or a guidance counselor. Allowing this decision to stand is not only deeply hurtful to players and parents, it is embarrassing to the district and sets a troubling precedent for the future. Let's be honest. Without the awards and speeches, the banquet loses its purpose. Parents attend to see their daughters recognized, to celebrate their accomplishments, to mark the close of a meaningful season. If the coaches don't attend, or we fail to have another respected adult hand out awards, the event at this point will very likely be canceled, probably due to low attendance, and the final celebration of the season will be reduced to an awards ceremony in a cafeteria without parents present. As a parent, I'm devastated. I've looked forward to celebrating Kylie's 4 years of commitment to North's soccer program, her growth, her dedication, her love of the sport. To have that moment taken away feels deeply unfair. I ask you to reconsider. Think about how you would feel if this was your child. If years of commitment were dismissed with so little regard, these players have earned more than that. They deserve to be celebrated with their families, their teammates, and yes, their coaches. Karen Go of Highbridge, speaking as a resident taxpayer, not as a school board member. So what I say does not represent the Highbridge School Board or the Hunterdon County School Board Association. In your discussions about functioning as a committee of the whole, some board members expressed concerns about how long the meetings would then be. The problem here, as I see it, is that so much of what your committees report on and discuss in committee meetings is administrative. At the last meeting, I saw this. Why is a board member suggesting alternative ways for leadership to raise money, student leadership to raise money? Why is the board even involved in plaques that are going to be hung up at a school? These are building or super level decisions. This is why a committee of the whole is important. The agenda items would come from administration like they're supposed to. The administration would explain them, and the board gets to ask questions and discuss them. I made it go away, hold on. Where'd it go? Oh. And if or how students fundraise doesn't even come up because it's not supposed to. Natural gas, something the BA would be looking at and then come to the board when they have the numbers, not for the board to explore. How will kids get to Lambertville for an event? Administrative issue. Advising what students should be writing in school? Curriculum advisor. Rich has to explain way more than he should because the board is administering and micromanaging and not governing. And that is what you're supposed to be doing, governing. Also, I'm quite happy that board members were cleared of any ethics charges. I'm hoping that when new leadership takes over, these issues will be addressed. And Jess, may I say how sorry I am that you're not running for your seat because you truly understand the role of a board member. Thank you.
I have some handouts.
If you could just leave them at the end of the table. Thank you.
In respect of your speech earlier, I will be bleeping out certain words from what I'll be saying. Let me write my name here. I'm Dan Kleinman from Chatham, and I'm here to correct some incorrect statements online from a school board member seeking re-election. First, know that when the school board ethics complaints are filed, only School Ethics Commission itself is legally constrained from making the matters public. The parties themselves may say what they like. Saying otherwise is false, and a potential violation of a First Amendment could occur. Second, supporting the Miller test for obscenity to keep the book Let's Talk About It in the library is legally incorrect. But I'm not going to talk about the past. I'm going to talk about this week. This week, a motion was filed in the lawsuit against me that was served on me right over there about 11 months ago. So I'm going to read a few sentences from that case that pertain to the Miller case and the book Let's Talk About It, because people might like to hear a fresh perspective from a prominent lawyer before they decide who is best for a school board seat? As the motion shows, there is a nationwide debate about the range of conduct that school libraries consider to be defensible, allowing minors to have access to comic books that teach how to use bleep plugs or other bleep toys, while millions of Americans consider this to be inappropriate and constitute grooming and sexualizing minors. The Miller test is not for pornography, but rather for obscenity as to adults. Further, material can be obscene as to minors, and thus minors' access to it can be restricted without satisfying the Miller test. Right? And saying books are properly available to minors by claiming that they are not obscene is both a red herring and completely legally incorrect. Let's Talk About It is a comic book whose authors and publishers say they should be read by minors from ages 14 to 17. This comic book discusses how virginity is a silly label with depictions of bleep and bleep. It provides tips on how teens can look up pornography and research their favorite porn stars, along with depictions of a bleep and bleep sex, or just doing it bleepy style. It's hard to tell, and it provides detailed instructions with visual aids on how to use bleep plugs. At this end of 3 minutes, I want to say thank you for letting those other ladies speak longer than 3 minutes, because it was the right circumstances, and you're a terrific board. And I understand if you want me to stop talking now. So let me just shorten this up then and say that school librarians advocate for books that do not satisfy the Miller test, which that might include Hustler magazine being available with no physical safeguards preventing children from any age from accessing such materials. I think you ought to just reconsider your Miller test views. I'm sure the attorney here might be interested in that one. And I thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak up. My name is Jenny Allen. I'm in Clinton Township. What was the other? Is there anything else I need to say for that? Okay. I have three teenagers attending North. They're honor roll students active in sports. My son's a junior and has played on football for over 3 years. I have twin daughters in soccer. One's in varsity and one's in JV. They're freshmen, so this is my first exposure to the soccer program. But they have extensive travel experience, so I've been a sports mom for over 16 years. I'm here to share my concerns by the behavior of the program. Total lack of communication and, in my opinion, respect to parents' time. Since about, I feel like 8 weeks ago, there's been a complete shutout to the parents for communication, resulting in constant changes to schedules without ever sharing where and when practices were, when they were canceled, or when the game times are. I'm a mom that travels with my kids since they were 6 years old. I deserve to know when I could see them play. That has never been the case. As a single working mom, I need to coordinate 3 active teenager schedules, and I ask that the coach respects my time to make sure that I can coordinate that. This was not done. Again, this is JV and varsity, but mostly varsity is where I have my concern. This does not foster a supportive soccer community, and I define that community, right? To me, community involves the parents. It's players, coaches, and parents. They have basically blocked out the parents. Despite a lot of feedback from parents for fear of retaliation, which I've communicated to the AD. and comments of like, Jenny, don't go, nothing will ever change. Nothing will ever change. It's a waste of your time. I have to speak up at this point. I'm not usually one to do so, and as you can tell, I probably have a fear of speaking. But I'm here tonight to share my concerns. So to understand what's been happening within the girls' soccer program, and I'm teaching, I brought my one daughter here so she can understand that it's okay to have a voice, and it's very important to speak up in difficult times. That's when you should do that, and that takes courage. That's not a weakness, that's courage. We need to come together as a soccer community to support our kids. And what's been happening is there's been complete reduced communication and avoid the family inclusive event. They're just avoiding it. They just decided not to go. And that's not the solution. We have to foster collaboration in the community. I want answers. I want to understand why I cannot see my daughter receive a varsity letter a varsity letter for my one daughter and any JV awards for my other. My son has a program at the country club, and I go and I got his freshman letter. But why? How do I explain that to my children that you could do it for one but not for the other? And I agree. Is it a sex thing? But there's absolutely no communication on the why. And I want to know why. I have a right to understand that. And again, this is a fundamental aspect of sports recognition, to have and celebrate with your kids' achievements. So tonight, I asked the Board of Education to consider changing the banquet year and event to allow parents to attend. I don't know if it's on the school campus, why we can't attend. We could set expectations. We're all adults. We could follow those expectations, or there'll be consequences, right? So to me, that should be allowed. So I leave it with you all tonight to really hear our parents' concerns. I know there's a survey coming, and I honestly can't wait to put it in there. And I know there's a lot of people in the soccer program that would gladly speak up, but I think they're afraid to. So you should know that there is fear of retaliation. 100%. I leave it with you. We talk about change is hard. I think the lawyer spoke to it. Change is difficult, right? It's right in front of us. So I ask you as Board of Education members, what will you do? Will you make an improvement and support our girls in soccer program and truly include parents in our community? But I leave that with you tonight. The ball's in your court. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marina Bartelli. I live in Franklin Township. I'm the mom of 2 North grads, and I'm happy to hear in this meeting that there was mention by Ms. Salino of compassion. That really popped out at me. It's an important thing. And I'm not really familiar with any of the details of what's going on with the soccer banquet, but as a parent, as a mom myself, to listen to the heartfelt and impassioned presentations by these moms who are speaking from their heart about this important moment for their daughters and for their families and as parents, I would certainly hope that the compassion that was spoken of, that the ideas of respect and nurturing the student population, the student community, will be taken into consideration so that these athletes who have worked so hard will be able to receive recognition in a manner that is fitting for what they've worked on and achieved, and that honors their families as well and includes their families. Again, I don't have a lot of detail or background, but what I'm hearing is parents who feel very shut out of an important moment in their daughters' lives. and that they're feeling, their daughters feeling very just cheated out of an important milestone. So I would hope that this would be examined in an appropriate manner, and that some solution to whatever the underlying mechanics or issues are resolved in a way that's appropriate for leadership, even that the demonstration is that the students come first and their families matter, and that the school community matters, that these programs, that these kids who've worked so hard, that their work matters. If you're preparing people, young people, to go forward in the world, there's no benefit to showing them that, like, yeah, you can work hard, and it gets slapped down and disrespected. So I just would encourage the board and anyone in a position to be involved in an appropriate manner would resolve this with respect for the students and their parents, and to understand that when these decisions get made, it ripples through the entire school community, and we want a healthy environment for all of our kids in this community. Thank you.
Hi, Jamie Kohler from Bethlehem Township. My daughter is also on the varsity soccer team this year as a freshman. I agree 1,000% of what all the other parents have said so far. Overall, it's not just about the banquet. Overall, the girls' soccer program is lacking any type of positive environment. It's been an overall toxic environment. The North girls soccer program is failing our female students athletes. They deserve way better, and I hope that the board will take this into consideration and make positive changes for next year. Thank you for your time.
My name is Lisa Piper, Clinton Township. I've been a part of the girls soccer program for 6 years. I was also a volunteer lacrosse coach here at North. What's happening among the soccer program has been reported to superintendents and athletic directors and coaches. It has been beyond bullying to a point where players have been called fat by the coach. They have been told to go back down to JV to figure their SHIT out. There has been a roller coaster of emotion where the players have been trying to support each other, to lift each other up, and to get through it. There have been well over 8 or 9 practices that have been canceled for absolutely no reason. The players were told at 2:25 one day that practice was canceled, and there was a school lockdown probably 35 minutes later. 35 minutes later. Coach had no idea where those players were. The captains that were supposed to be selected this year were chosen by the coach against how North usually does it, where they let players vote. And the coach said that it would minimize it to a popularity contest and wouldn't allow them to vote on who they wanted. So with a letter to the superintendent and to the athletic director decided that the seniors, because there's 6 of them, would all become captains. D'Lo, who was a former coach, had 14, and since they all couldn't decide who they wanted as captains because they respect each other, D'Lo allowed all 14 of them to represent North, and they did. They rotated it every game, and they all stood up there for their school. We were told by the athletic director in a September 13th email that the coach was required to rotate captains immediately, and that has never happened. On senior night, there were pink bands for Sylvia Torres. My daughter, that was one of her best friends. And they were to wear the pink bands in honor of her. We have yet this season to honor her in a game, a moment of silence, or anything. George has been in communication, and every day I fill him in, that Riley plays for her every single game. She wears that band with her name on it. But yet the school has not honored it. In lacrosse last season, we did. We wore our shirts. But in soccer, 2 years in a row, we did not. There is such a disconnect in this soccer program. It is toxic and dangerous for our players. It is manipulative. It's bullying. It's narcissistic. If they come forward to talk, they get reprimanded. When a player was told that they were going to split the teams because there wasn't enough at practice for JV, some of varsity players went down to the JV. The JV coach was coaching them, and when a player did not just kick the ball, she was told she can only kick the ball. She's not allowed to pass or use any skills. The direction with soccer is just kick. When she said that she was listening to her coach, the head coach, varsity coach, said, "I am your coach." She turned to the JV coach and said, "Well, what am I supposed to do?" The varsity coach benched her. For 45 minutes, she sat on the bench because she didn't know which one to listen to. What's happening on this has to stop. What happens with the coaching evaluation at the end of the year? You need to read these evaluations. And the selection for coaches has to have safety over our players. The banquet is just the icing on what it's been like to be part of this program. And I've been with it for 6 years, and I've never seen it this dangerous. This dangerous. Thank you.
Are there any more public comments? I actually have one more thing to add.
This is just a question. I don't know if anyone will answer it, but will we get any kind of notification or any type of correspondence from anyone from administration on everything that has been presented today? Yes. Okay. And like I said earlier, I didn't make it personal. I made it just kind of overall. There are so many layers to this, and I didn't think that it was appropriate to bring it in front of the entire board and public comment. So if there are any questions, I would be more than happy to answer them. And I'm sure that there are many more parents that, I forget who else mentioned it, are afraid of retaliation. And I'm not going to stand here and let my daughter think that it's okay not to speak up for yourself, because that's something that we need to do, and the girls need to see that. So I appreciate you all listening, and I appreciate you trying to understand what's going on with the limited information that you do have. But I think that every parent in this room and every parent on both JV and varsity are entitled to some type of response. Okay? Thank you.
Are there any other public comments at this time? Seeing no more public comments, we will close public comments. We'll move on the agenda. Moving to curriculum, instruction, and technology. Beth, could you report out? I'm sorry, Brent, is that okay?
Well, yeah,
no,
that's
okay.
before,
Thanks, yeah, so Brendan asked me to cover the meeting because he was a.
Thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Alex. Thank you.
So we went through our standard board agenda items, which were the monthly reports, the home instruction, and the out-of-district placements. And then we reviewed the nursing services plan, which is going to be submitted and voted on tonight. We reviewed it, and some of the questions that we asked about was, and I think the first one was really, you know, it covers this number of students in each of the schools, but as part of the agreement,
The nurses at North will be covering the students at the Polytech building. And so we felt that those students should be added into the total number of students being serviced under the contract as opposed to leaving them out. So I believe that we've added that in at this point. We also talked a bit about the students that were going to the Somerset County VOTEC and similar programs will finish out their programs if they're, for their tenure that they're at the school. But incoming students will go to the Hunterdon County programs that are going to be offered starting in 26-27 as it relates to the arts and theater programs that are being offered through the Hunterdon County Vocational School District. That will, we looked at the cost for transporting students into Somerset County, and we'll also be needing to look at the costs of transporting students to South Hunterdon for that program as well as we get more information. Then we had a detailed NJSLA presentation, which everyone has seen at this point, so it doesn't really need to, we don't really need to go into detail on that. It was really just to help clarify some of the information for members of the board and really evaluating what's the best approach to communicate out the results of that testing versus what we're required by the state to report out. And I think we may evaluate if there's other ways for us to do that going forward. We talked a bit about the strategic plan, and Dr. Burgess updated us about the steering committee that had been formed, and that the October and November meetings are going to focus on creating and administering a needs assessment of what's going to be needed for students going forward. And then also talking about AI and how AI-powered instruction can be incorporated into the curriculum for students. So as opposed to just an outright, you can't use it, we discussed the fact that there's a real positive and educational aspect to putting things that you've drafted through AI and learning from the tool how things can be written better, for example, or how the prompts that you're putting into AI can really help to set the type of information that you're getting out of it. So there'll be more work, and I know that was discussed at the school board's meeting, and I think it's something that we'll be looking at going forward. Unfortunately, we didn't have a big chance to get through the department review because the topics were so important and fulsome, but other than that, that was the full agenda. I should say one other thing was we reviewed the calendar for next school year. So that is also up and an action item for us tonight.
Does anyone have comments for Beth? No? Okay.
I was just gonna just say thank you for your facilitation.
Thank you.
For whatever reason, there was a lot of interaction and a lot of dialogue that went on, so I appreciate you stepping up.
Thank you, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Sure. Can we have a motion and a second to approve agenda items 14.1 through 14.4?
So moved.
Second.
So that was Tara and Dan. All in favor? Aye. Any nays or abstentions? Moving on to policy and school security report. Nicole?
Yeah, so the policy and security committee met on October 20th. All were in attendance. We had a few agenda items. Agenda item 1 was attendance policy data. We reviewed the attendance data effective through September, from the beginning of school through September, as compared to attendance data from the same time period in 2024. Right now, the data is encouraging with about 40% reduction, but we will continue to analyze the data monthly to ensure these numbers were consistent. Dr. Burjax had created a spreadsheet that is going to be very useful going forward to be able to kind of compare the numbers. But we would continue to monitor. Agenda number, item 2 was the New Jersey School Board detailed review of the open items of spreadsheet that we were working on in the transition, but we didn't really get to this because we were talking about some other things. Right, so, yeah, we moved it to the end, but we didn't have time to discuss. And agenda item number 3 was we had another discussion about committee as a whole. There was discussion about the process to move to committee as a whole structure. Board policy 9130 will need to be revised. I welcome any suggestions or any kind of comparisons if anybody wants to send anything in. Just to update the policy if we go that route. The committee decided to determine if the full board wanted to vote to move in this direction and then work on policy language. The conclusion is determine if the board wants to formally move in this direction. And then the action item would be board vote and then a policy change. Agenda item number 4, the committee was presented with additional data on the school safety specialist, the SRO for the district, regarding options for security within our district. A consultant is scheduled to come and evaluate our current model and make recommendations. And we will wait for further information on that. We will continue to collect data and options for school security. And yeah, that's where we are right now.
Can we make a motion? Okay, I'd like to make a motion to move this board to committee of the whole structure.
Second.
Okay, comments? That was Deanie and Rich.
Oh, okay.
That was Angela Deanie and comments? Discussion, anyone?
Well, I would want to know the thinking of transitioning from the committee structure where we have the committees allocated for an hour to an hour and a half. What we recognize would have to be sort of trimmed from that approach in a work session meeting. And if the board is comfortable sort of recognizing that there's a number of items that would not be part of those discussions or just not be the material that we would traditionally have gone into. And I don't know if that's something that everybody's comfortable with and what sort of just habits and practices we've had there and what folks are willing to let go of and sort of comfortable sort of embracing. Like that would be from my own understanding going forward.
And what sort of moved me to put this motion out was actually Brian in the policy meeting that sort of said, before we go forward with the nuts and bolts, which would have to be done, they just have to be, that we even have to see if there's interest, because why do all that work before, only to find that, it doesn't pass. So, but I agree that there'd have to be structure put in place. We could be here all night, we don't want that. And I also think too that, it's something to give ourselves time to try. Some of us have had experiences of both, some of us haven't. Recognizing change may not be comfortable, but that it's worth a try. We can always go back, what works for this board. We don't know until we try it, but I think it's worthy of a try, particularly in the spirit of, I, for one, would like more engagement with my board. I'd like all my board members to have more engagement with each other, and I, importantly, like to have transparent conversations for the communities that we serve.
And if this were something that the majority of the board, deems, our policy will drive that. And we can, in policy, set those, talk about it, set standards. You want to set a limit, like you're saying, you certainly don't want to be here. We're going to have we would have one working committee and one board meeting. And that working committee is where all the nuts and bolts, that's where we're going to have those discussions, and it would be in lieu of having those committees. So yes, to your point, there needs to be parameters set, and policy would drive that. And my recommendation would be to, if that's something the board wants to go to, that moving forward for next month, we bring it to policy, we have those discussions, and then we can implement for the following month. And then I'm with Angela, Ms. Deeney, some of us have experienced it and been on both sides. What I'd say is that open dialogue, that that conversation in public, everyone's hearing it. And then that meeting, follow-up meeting is it's actionable. It's usually very quick. You get in a pattern, and try it. Like, to her point, you can always go back, you know? You gotta get a little uncomfortable to be comfortable. Try it. What do you have to lose? That's just my 2 cents worth.
I mean, I just want to voice my opinion that currently, the committees meet and we're set for an hour. It seems like earlier in the year, when we have new board members coming on and we're trying to understand the process, a lot of those meetings go much longer. FFT, early in the year, we had some pretty tough discussions and some new board members, so we were going on an hour and a half, 2 hours in some of those meetings. We've now brought that back to that hour. I don't see how adding 7 more voices to those meetings, you can reduce it to 20 minutes or whatever we would need to do to keep it to a consistent one-night meeting. I don't know how 12 people can meet and discuss something in such a short amount of time and still get meaningful discussion.
And at these meetings, the public is here and there's public comment as well?
Mm-hmm. It has to be, it's a meeting.
No, I know.
Working session is a meeting.
I have a hard time conceptualizing 12 of us around a table, no matter who the 12 are, with all that goes on at our committee meetings and the length of time that we take to go through each agenda item. It seems like an impossible task to accomplish in any amount of time. There's, committees as a whole, I've never observed it. Maybe before we go and take a vote on something, is there a video or maybe some example of a committee as a whole locally that we can go watch?
There is Highbridge.
Yeah. And Clinton Township too.
And Tewksbury Township. Yeah.
Maybe we should, before we go.
You're gonna have to set up your parameters. And to say that even then it's going to be perfect is not the reality, right? But one thing we know is that, to your point of how much time is spent on these meetings, whether a new board member comes on or not, if you're doing your due diligence by watching every video from every single one of our committees, not to mention then looking in each of the folders to go through all those documents, I'm not even going to talk about the 300-page ones, then you can add that up and that's already a board meeting night, right? Easily. I mean, I could think of about an hour for my committee, hour for your committee, a couple hours for yours. I mean, you're already clocking up the hours, plus going through all the folders for each, plus the follow-up and the emails. I mean, it just still comes out to what's equivalent to like a board meeting night. But again, I'm not here to say it's going to be easy, and I do think we all do our best attempts at getting flows of communication. But for example, one thing I put out to this board, as I'm now personnel chair, is I'm trying to establish when comments or questions come in, I've created a chart so that people that aren't part of the conversation can still see the flow of communication. And again, I would encourage my fellow chairs to do that as well, because I for one am frustrated when I'm watching a video and I actually think it's live because I raised my hand,
I do that. You're not alone. I'm yelling at the screen.
Yeah, so that's when you know, I feel frustrated not being able to, you know, to engage at that moment. So, but again, we would have to have parameters, and that will take some figuring out.
You can also go to school boards. There's a presentation, school boards, board president's corner, what are the pros and cons of a committee and of the whole, as opposed to, and if we look at our bylaws, if you go to 9130, I think it's the 9130. There's more information too in the structure of how we do that.
Kim, is it possible to get a link for that, or
Yeah.
if you just go to the website?
Yeah,
If you could send that.
it's right there, but I can send it out, yeah.
Great.
But it gives a lot of, it's very short, but it gives a lot of information, and to Angela's point, we have districts right here. You could network with board members. We have a board member, Karen, you could speak to her, you could speak to Tewksbury. I think, Angela, you sat on a committee as a whole?
Yeah, my board was, and the board we were on was committee
Yes.
vote.
I have, I think Dr. Berjak has, Brendan has, so, and
And has anyone sat on one, may I just ask, on this board?
We, no, I mean,
Okay, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, no, it's been
Committees forever.
Okay.
Okay.
And it was committee as a whole here, but that was.
Long time ago. Yeah.
That, right. That said, though, you would have still had the same amount of board members, right? Because it's always been.
Actually, I believe we had 13 then.
Oh.
Because Glenn Gardner was still
Glenn Gardner,
operating.
so, yeah, now.
and Bethlehem we had two. There were two at one point.
When Glenn Gardner.
So, listen, whether you have 7, 9, 13, it becomes that, again, you're gonna have those discussions with the next board. Creating your norms and building your handbook, whatever you choose to do. But it's agreeing to disagree. Although we're 12, we need to respect each other. We need to listen, effective communicators, right? We're good listeners. And it can be done. You know, you gotta put a little bit more effort into it, as Beth had said. So I just, hearing that, we're a board of 12 and we can't do it. Yet, yes, you can. So, does anyone else have any comments?
I would just like to say, I think in the beginning, it might be like a little touch and go. It's like something new, that, you know, stepping out of our comfort zones. It probably would create a little bit better decorum between people. It would also possibly maybe limit some of the little chit chat that goes on that sometimes makes our committees go a little bit longer if we're kind of off topic. And I think that as time goes on, I think that it could possibly be very beneficial. And there's always the ability, even if you didn't want to, like, if you have a question, you don't want to ask it, it could always be followed up the next day, you know, with Dr. Burjak or the committee chair. Well, we won't have chairs then, or will we?
No, you wouldn't.
No, right? Or Dr. Burjak or the
Well,
president, whoever that may be.
Again, those are parameters that you set in your policy. If you choose to still have a chairperson, some facilitator, so to speak, that's your policy. You're gonna drive that. So,
Think of the possibilities.
So Kim, for me, I think the biggest takeaway of it, it's transparent. It's open to the public. Everyone can see everything, everyone can hear everything, could be questions about it. In the current format, I feel like there's so much of the district's business occurs behind the scenes that is not really fully transparent. So this is going to this model, in my mind, is just clearly the best method for full transparency with the public. And it's all out there. There's no way to if there's discrepancies from meeting to meeting, it's out there. You know, it's easily for the public to get involved and be more engaged, and there's no really, I mean, I keep hearing like transparency, left in the dark, and it's a common theme at the microphone that I want to hear. This is the way to stop that. Is it going to solve all the problems? Probably not, but it's a step in the right direction. So.
Will these meetings be recorded?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
will they be live, just like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you handle personnel and security?
Well, you're still in
We
exec
still,
session.
right,
Or
we're
an
still in
exec
exec
session.
session.
In fact, it's really gonna focus on the things that are exec session. And there's not that question really around some of the topics that, is this, you know, on this committee or that committee? It's like, no, that's exec session, you know. so.
But the portion, still doing the job descriptions,
Yes,
other, that would
yes.
be in public.
Yes.
Which is good.
Yeah.
So I think I understand, I just want to clarify, the motion was to move, not to figure out how we would move. So it's, if a vote yes right now is we are going to do it one way or another, come hell or high water, we're moving to a board of the whole. I have absolutely no idea how it could possibly be implemented in a month, given all these questions that we've got, and you have to revise the policy, read it again, vote on it. So a vote today to say yes, there's still an opportunity to say, okay, so people proposed a way for it to work, and if I say, that's not gonna work, I don't agree, I can, at that point, vote no. It goes back to, if other people agree or, you know, don't agree with that proposal, it goes back to the board, to the drawing board for a new proposal. Are you comfortable with that approach, or is this, I want it next month?
Can I interject? Can I defer to the attorney? Can you explain, you had a question stating that, you know, in preparation moving forward, yes, we would take this to policy, we would make amendments or other to policy. Is it a first and second reading?
The decision for this board to implement committee of the whole requires no change in your current policy, because there's a provision in your policy, correct, it was 9130, that says, committee of the whole, the board reserves the right to meet and work as a committee of the whole in informational, discussion, and exploratory sessions. No official action shall be taken at these meetings unless so advertised. So while you're working out the logistics that you were talking about before, I just wanted to assure you that if the board decides to enter into a committee of the whole, it in no way violates or is counter to your current policy, which is called committees, which allows you to do it. I just wanted to
So does that
assure you
mean
that.
then if we move to that, then we have those nuts and bolts discussion as a committee of the whole, in a public meeting, with the cameras on, with.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then if we, in that committee meeting, decide we want to move forward, the next meeting will be the action item. The next board meeting is when.
So then basically, we would be, basically, Phil, you're saying that we have this already in our bylaws to do this. So we could possibly go to this for next month, try to do something where we can talk about it as a committee of, like, you know, time limits, certain things that we want to address. That's why I ask if anybody has any suggestions or any other policies, or anybody, you know, get some feedback and send it in, and I can compile it, and then I can present it to everybody of what some suggestions and stuff were, and then we can make a decision on that. And then again, Brian, I guess at that point, then we would have the discussion and figure out if this is something that not everybody's comfortable in. But I'm assuming at this point, the motion on the table is to vote to go to that for the next
Meeting.
Yeah.
The November meeting to be a board of the whole.
I think Bill's trying to
Okay.
answer that.
Sorry, I apologize.
I just want to say, I mean, it's all up to you. I mean, it will happen whenever the board wants it to happen. The motion can be specified as far as when or how you want to do it. All I wanted to make clear to the board and to the community is that the current policy permits this. It does not require a new first reading of anything or anything like that.
So can I have a clarification of your motion?
Okay, but then to say, well, you know, we could move to it after we do certain things. Well then, see, that's where I think it's a little tricky. I guess, are you wondering if I'm saying, could we make the motion to move to committee of the whole in December, so that gives us a month? I mean, I'm
Correct.
not, do you see what I'm saying? Is that what come on, Brian, help
I'm
me.
looking for what you're,
Well, I think you could also make a motion.
To discuss what we want.
Correct me if am I wrong with, could she make the motion with the, distinguishing that we make those discussions for each committee no longer than, I don't know, an hour and 10 minutes, 2 hours. We could do, she could, I'm just saying, suppose I'm not
Well, I
making
don't,
it.
yeah, I'm not gonna
Just
make a
to
motion
start
about
it.
parameters of that, more that, maybe a start time of when it will occur, to give maybe committees a chance, like policy, to maybe flush some of those out and kick it back to the board.
I was just
Oh, listen,
asking.
I can say, let's move right next month and we'll talk about it then, but I'm fine with having like some prep time, and that's what,
can I ask you then to clarify your motion?
can I do that? And when it's already on the table? Okay, so then I can make a motion to move to committee of the whole in December.
Correct.
Is that what you're making the motion?
Because I'm not making it after that. And I'm not making it, yeah.
That's the
Yeah,
motion
that
now?
was, yeah.
Second?
Okay.
And do we need a board roll call for this?
Just a point of order, I just want to make sure everyone understands, we have a board meeting November 28th and then December 16th, so we will have 3 board meetings in a 4-week period. So just,
Okay.
and we would have
Okay.
committees the week before anyway, so
Okay,
I just want to make sure everyone knows that from a timeline perspective.
well,
Could you say
here's
that again,
another
Rich?
like question I have, and it's been a burning question for me, which could tie into this. I've been on a board before where when the reorganization happens, that's when we talk about when we want our board meetings.
Yeah.
I've noticed with this board, it's here's when they are. And I don't know what that is, but what I'm saying is, you could set it up so that when the new board comes on and we choose all of our meetings, then we can line it up
Yeah.
better that way than kind of where we are now, right?
And that's where I think it would probably work.
Yeah.
Just from a schedule
Right.
standpoint.
So
If
then-
I'm
Revising
onboarding,
your
it's
motion?
a brand new board.
I am no place, Brian.
Just want to make sure everyone knows.
But moving forward, we can have this, we can make the motion, we've made the motion second, we can take the vote, and we can have that discussion in policy. You can have that in December, knowing that it's December 16th. It is a board meeting on our calendar, we should have a board meeting, and as I said in policy, if we don't have a lot of business, that's a time we could do something as a board, we could work on our, we could have team building, we could do something. We are still sitting board members until, the end of the year. If some of us are leaving, some are new, we have new board members coming in. I think it is a great opportunity for you to, when you reorg, to do that and have those discussions.
And I do know that we used to be the 3rd Tuesday of the month, but we changed it because of Bill's list and that. So we want to make sure that we take, into account,
Right.
what the best time to have our meetings in regards to the work that you do.
Sometimes it depends on budget calendar in March or
Right,
April
yeah,
too,
right.
so like I can propose certain dates and then they may just need to be tweaked.
Right, so we want to be respectful of that. Yeah.
That's a good point, Tyler.
In terms of announcements, we've announced those dates, and those would be dates where we announced we're going to take action. So the ones that are on the calendar right now, we have to do some additional legwork. We want to make a working meeting and add a voting meeting.
We don't have the January dates
You'd
yet.
be
We
adding
don't have
the
the
working-
Yeah, we
January
would be
dates yet.
setting the January
Yeah,
dates
yeah.
once we
Right.
reorganize.
Yeah.
If now you're thinking about making it in January.
Okay, what I'm saying is, that's gonna set, we already have, go ahead.
That is a good break. That is
Yeah.
a good time to implement this, in my opinion.
January. I agree.
The board wants to move in that direction, but starting in January, we get to reorg, we get to, start moving in that we develop a calendar based on it. And we have a whole year's calendar. We advertise that calendar. It's just a perfect time to implement something like this. So timing of this, it could be November 1st reading, December 2nd reading, and in January, reorg. That's when everything starts.
Could I maybe suggest then, if we think in that direction, we would have the month of November, each committee to sort of be tasked to some degree to have some conversation of how to scale down the scope of that work. Because, and I've been on the board of all, I did it for 9 years, so I'm very comfortable in that format. And as a first-term member of this board, obviously I've acclimated to the committee structure. And I think the thing that I see as a potential growing pain is just letting go of a lot of the things that folks are accustomed to talking about. And that is something you would have to adjust to. And that could run the risk of the first time out, you end up having a 4-hour meeting because you haven't really scaled it back. And to some extent, I mean, Rich and Katie and the presentation. So take, for example, the Rich Brome presentation might happen at a work session where the information is there. We're not necessarily voting on anything relative to that. But we will have to, at those committee levels, let go of certain things that we've become acclimated to, or just selectively recognize that certain things might only come up occasionally. Admittedly, we're in a different place with policy because we've been transitioning, but it used to be that you were just dealing with policy updates a couple times a year as they would sort of come through, and then folks would get that material, these are the changes, that's what's coming through. So it was a little more procedural at that point, but it can definitely work.
And if I can just tap into your board leadership next year, whoever that may be, collaborates with the superintendent, and that drives that agenda, what is going to be there, and they're going to be very careful, how to place those presentations. What's a heavy, board meeting? What's like budget season, for example, as Katie said, there's going to be a lot more. You're not going to be loading up on those.
Right.
So I think those are discussions that will be had.
But I guess my initial point was that in preparation for trialing something in reorg or January, like I don't know if the committees could this month sort of say like, okay, if we were bringing this month's agenda to a committee, a work session, realistically, we have on our agenda tonight these 4 things. We would probably only address these 2 in a work session. And I don't know if that's something we can start to wrap our heads around. Or we could really challenge ourselves and just cut our committee meetings in half this month with a strict
Not a
limit.
bad idea.
And say, all right,
Or just
30
try to
minutes.
limit, just try to, yeah, stay on task.
Kim, historically, there has been no December meeting. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say historically, it's been on the agenda or the calendar. Last year, we didn't have one. We should have probably had one. But I think it's a best practice. The district runs, there's a business always to be had.
Right.
How much business, but you could always use that December meeting as well. Like I'm saying, using it, putting in your presentations, doing team building, doing board norms, working on other.
I see for like December as a very good opportunity to get a head start, and so kind of hit the ground running. We might uncover some kinks that we could work out before January. So we have the time. I don't think it's a 2-month transition.
And to Brendan's point, maybe December will be that 45-minute meeting.
Correct.
Yeah.
We can wish. Okay, any other comments?
So then what is the motion?
So your motion?
Is to move this board to the committee of the whole in December.
Second.
And Rich Lordy seconded that. Okay, we've had comments. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions?
I just need those names just for 1 second.
Nays, Brian, Dan, and Jessica. It passes.
Go on in Jan.
You have moved the board to a committee as a whole.
Isn't it called a board of the whole? Is it called a committee? of the whole?
Board committee, yeah.
It is committee of the whole, because it's a special meeting.
Shall we spend an hour
Yeah.
talking about what we want to do?
Dan,
It's called committee as a whole.
Brian, it is committee as a whole, but
That's what it says in the
semantics,
bylaw.
but if you want to hear board as a whole, board as a whole.
Well, we
Okay.
are a large committee.
We are a large committee. Well, congratulations to the board and best of luck to everyone.
Yes, go team.
Angela, I needed you to be a little bit more, like, I thought you were gonna get into it, and you kind of got there and you stopped.
I'm gonna take it.
So, moving forward, Nicole, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
I think that was,
moving forward to finance.
Can I comment on that? So you
Back to
mentioned.
policy.
Back to policy, we didn't get to one item on the agenda.
right, and that was it.
Because fortunately for that committee, or unfortunate or unfortunate for that committee, there's a back end. So it's only an hour. My recommendation would be, now we have this new board docs mechanism, would be to go ahead and, so the administration could go ahead and look through those. It seems to me that there's a lot of items that were kind of raised that, because I raised them, that were like, well, I don't know if this is an issue or not, and your answer was actually, no, it's not. So we could, those are like, cross them out, because there's nothing to do. But there's a few that were like, oh yeah, maybe we have to do, so you could create in the drafts section, red lined items for each of those things, and the chair of the policy, or I don't know how it happens in December on, but right now I would have said the chair of the committee could then say, okay, there's 14 of them waiting to be discussed. Let's tackle 2 or something like that. Or you would recommend which 2 to tackle.
That's one of the things I need to figure out is how to address policies to people, because that isn't something we've done in a while. Because we really have those discussions and presenting them to the full board is the same thing. It's still a first reading and a second reading. It's just how we're going to format that.
Yeah. It's just that's one mechanism you could use, that list of things that we identified that were kind of questions.
Yeah, and I'll keep going through the list.
Okay.
Moving on to finance, facilities and transportation, committee report, Brian?
Yes, so I stood in for Dan. This is a meeting we had on October 20th. It went for an hour and 45 minutes.
You had to throw that in there.
Right on.
And,
Must have been the chair.
yeah. Guess what? I'm gonna take an hour and 35 minutes to go over the, so all committee members were in attendance except for Dan. Of course, he was celebrating his anniversary. Happy anniversary, Dan.
Yes, thank you.
So also, we started, and I'll start with the agenda items, 7 of them total. The first one we spent a little bit of time on, this is a contract where we would, North would be responsible for grounds maintenance for the VOTEC building, and they would pay us for that. This is addendum to the contract that we have with them. They would pay us to do that, whereas we used to basically do the same maintenance in that area, let's say plowing snow and cutting grass. But now, because it's their property and somebody needs to do it, we would prefer to do it because then we know exactly where the snow is going to go and when the grass gets cut with all the other grass and that kind of stuff. So this is a new source of revenue. However, the discussion was around if we have a heck of a winter and there's many more snow plows, inch square foot plows of that has to be done, then we could be basically, it's a flat fee, they paid us for it. If we have to do a lot more plowing, then we kind of lose on it. If it doesn't snow at all, actually, they kind of lose on it. So it's, Katie, in her wisdom, has set it up so that, based on what she thinks is probably going to happen, it's going to be about an even thing. So we're not looking to make money from it, we're not looking to lose money on it. But there was a lot of discussion because of quote unquote upside risk. We could end up snow plowing a lot.
Yeah.
However, well, anyway, so we couldn't actually come to an agreement as a committee whether to recommend this or not. We said we just put it up to the vote. I personally think it's fine. But that's because I get to talk about it. 16.2 shared services agreement.
Just a question, do we want to discuss it first, or do we want to go through the entire agenda for FFT? Just curious.
We can go through it because he's giving his report out, but I think.
That's fine, that's fine.
Okay, 16.2 shared services agreement, there's no money exchanged. We're going to provide Spanish instruction to Clinton Township, and they're going to provide us with some ESL instruction, so it's like a swap. 16.3 is the maintenance plan that Katie puts together each October. It's required by the state. She makes sure we're in compliance with the state requirements, and so we are. But there's a plan for how we maintain the buildings to make sure that they for foreseeable future, are able to be used to educate students. There's 16.4 is a acceptance of a bid to redo the walkway out front of this building right here. It actually came in a little lower than budget, so good. We encourage the board to support that. 16.5, some change orders for capital projects. Last month, we approved some use of some allowance to continue the door replacement project at North. This is now doing the same thing at Voorhees. And then there's also one where they're going to return the allowance, or some portion of allowance for the HVAC upgrades that now have finished. And so this is closing out the project. And we'll put that money into capital reserve. Okay, 16.6 and 16.7 are regular items that we normally see, bills and training travel requests. Okay, so those are the action items that I could say the committee supports, with the acceptance of 16.1, which was not unanimous. I'll leave it at that. Discussion items, Katie reminded us that normally in October we would hear about the audit report out, and she is still reconciling some aspects of the financial records from the interim BA while she was out, and she will have that audit presentation next month for us. As part of the process of each committee speaking to the district goals, Katie brought up three things that she has been working on related to district goals. One is around improving budget communications. Her highlight there was that at the next FFT meeting, she'll be talking about the healthcare costs and some aspects of the program that we have, the contracts we have around healthcare. The second item is accelerating the budget timeline. So she's been working with the principals in the buildings to move up the process of establishing building level budgets, into moving that into October to align with that goal. And then informing the board about more regularly about capital projects, and we just talked about that. She did tell the committee about the plans that she has put in place that she'll report to the state. She looked into, we've looked into the issue that Tara, you brought up, which was the question of whether Voorhees is in a position to try to get gas up at the high school. Unfortunately, the answer is it would be very expensive, given that the boilers, we'd have to basically switch a boiler over, or more than one boiler, and all of our boilers have been renovated not too long ago, and so aren't due to be renovated for like 10 years. The feeling on the committee was, okay, that's, maybe not the answer that everyone wanted, but at least it's an answer, and now they know how to move forward. So the administration is not recommending that we try to change boilers that early, just for this purpose. Dan asked us to consider whether we could get some more information I'm going to start looking over here, some more information when we get the legal invoices about what was discussed. Of course, not specifics, but more than just, well, I haven't looked at one, but more than just I talked to the board president for an hour or something like that. And so the president was amenable to having a discussion, maybe get some more information from Dan about what he's looking for in particular, but getting, so the board would have the opportunity to look to see what those legal services are being spent on. Again, not names, not specific cases, but more detail. Sort of hoping that could be worked out between the president and the board attorney. There was a question raised about pay schools at the last meeting. This is the cafeteria payment method. Katie provided some more clarification and additional follow-up by email to the committee. Mr. Lordy asked that we consider as a board ideas for how we can help students with their fundraising. That there's been a lot of money that's asked, of additional monies for students to participate in different things. And, he was, I think, very admirably thinking about, is there ways that the board could kind of try to match money or find ways to participate, like show our support for their fundraising and get involved a little bit. And one of the specific aspects was maybe we could think about where in our budget we could allocate, or ask the administration to think about where in the budget they could allocate, take away money in order to not charge seniors a parking fee in the future. But we have budgets. We're not a profit-making company, so if you take it away from someplace, you gotta. If you give it to someplace, you gotta take it away from somewhere else. And then the last very brief mention was the social media litigation that we talked about briefly last time. I guess the committee decided that we weren't recommending to the board that we were going to get involved with that litigation because we didn't sense that the board was supportive, that there was little enthusiasm, and it felt just a little bit like it was too far out of our comfort zone. And so we think that that's just probably going to stop unless someone feels strongly and tries to get that started again from somewhere else in the board. Okay, so Beth, you have a question?
Yeah, so a couple of questions/points. So on the contract for the memorandum of agreement with Polytech. So my concern is that this is not a very comprehensive agreement, and there should be a cap of the amount that we would be willing to cover on things. This way to protect us, so that we're not in a situation where we are spending double the amount because we have a difficult snowstorms this winter, or if there are other issues. But this basically just says that we're gonna pay for all of it, and it doesn't say anything about, for example, if our snow truck runs into one of their buildings, who's responsible for damage in that particular instance? This is just talking about who's gonna pay. And it kind of goes to a point that I had raised in another meeting about other contracts that we have, and the fact that we just can't keep using the status quo. Times have changed, litigation is higher, and the risk can become more substantial to our district to be providing certain services or entering into agreements with other service providers where we're not protected as a district. So I would say that I would prefer to see some additional language in here that at least provides for what is and isn't our responsibility, especially if we're using a third party to provide those snow plowing services, right? Or the mowing services or whatever, in order to protect us, because, it's different now. They were just doing construction over there. Now there is a separate school district on our property. And I think we really need to make sure that we are separating responsibilities, liabilities, and the money for that. So that's my view on this contract. I'm not comfortable with approving it today. On the comment about the record keeping point, I'd really like to have more information on it next time. I think that it's a significant point enough that should have been raised to the entire board at the time it happened. So I'd like to understand better how it did happen and what's being done to ensure that we don't have that issue in the future. And then I think, I was going to talk about the fundraising, but I think, one idea is, there are huge, I don't know if anybody always looks at these, but as a parent of a kid at the high school, there's like 10 fundraisers going on every week. And you're dipping into the exact same pockets every time. It's the parents. So how much money are parents and students supposed to give to these activities? And what exactly is being done with the money that's being fundraised?
We don't have any insight to that booster club. I've raised this.
They're not all the booster club.
No, I know, but I
right?
agree with you. I've raised this question before.
It's almost the type of situation where you just have every student pay a student activities fee at the beginning of the year, $25, $50, whatever, and it covers that. It's been done in other schools. I don't know how many checks I've written out to NHHS student activities. I mean, it's like a ton of them. So there needs to be some reining in by the administrations of both schools and have some oversight as to how many of these things are being done, because it truly is out of control, the number of fundraisers that are happening. It just is. I agree with Rich. And we can't keep, especially in this economy with changes that Phil was talking about, the students don't have the money and the parents may not either. And then that puts the parent in a very difficult position of having to say, I'm sorry, but I don't have that kind of money. And to a certain extent, I think as a board, we have a responsibility to, again, ensure that we're not putting undue pressure on the students and parents to come up with money for things that maybe they shouldn't be doing. So that's just my 2 cents on that one.
Do we know any districts, do you know any districts that do that right now, the activity fees that we could look at?
I don't, I know that.
I know the colleges do it, I mean, you get it every semester.
Yeah, there was, I got.
It's right there front and center. You get
$125 for the semester, and it covers all of their activities.
per semester.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. But as a, I think it's something
I think this would be something
consider,
if we could look at, if there's somebody doing it, that we
Yeah.
could model and.
Yeah, we can look into it.
Beth, I'm not often at a loss for words, but you got me there.
All right.
I don't know how I follow that one, to be honest with you, but just to, I guess, piggyback on Beth's comments, 16-1, I don't understand. I mean, why, that's our partner over there. I don't understand. There shouldn't be risk on either side or up or downside to either side, especially ours. So I don't see why we just don't contract with them they pay for what they use.
What they use,
It's that
exactly.
simple.
I know.
I mean, why put ourselves in a situation to be exposed to any risk? It just doesn't make any sense to me. The accounting discrepancy, I don't know if that's what it is. Maybe Katie could share more detail on it. I mean, I didn't even know the questions to ask because I was hearing it for the first time. And when I heard the figure of upwards or well over $1 million of transferred between accounts, it happened in August, but.
Excuse me, there are some conversations
That are not here.
that are not for public.
Point being, I wish I had more information on it. I will say on the parking aspect, so I don't have a kid at the school. So I find out a lot of the fundraisers or a lot of things either from emails that I'm copied on, but honestly, I get a lot of my information from parents, teachers, and students. So when I saw or heard, it was brought to my attention about the parking fee, I was in disbelief. Like, I honestly didn't believe it. And then I saw it, and I'm like, this doesn't feel right. I mean, it just doesn't feel right. So, it was upwards, I think, of 33,000, 34,000, what was net proceeds from the fees. And it just doesn't strike me as the right thing to do. So with that said, I will make a motion to waive or to eliminate that charge effective the 2025-2026 school year. And I'm hoping that this is something that the board can unite around. We always do a lot of talking about students and families first, and it's difficult to meet all of those needs, but this is a step in the right direction. And I think this sends the right message to our community that we're not gonna have these types of charges to our students. So I'll make that motion.
Before we accept Rich's motion, is this considered more, are we stepping into the bounds of the BA's role for budgeting? I heard the discussion and of waiving fees that we're already charging in budget items. Isn't this considered micromanaging and not governance when we're looking to eliminate a budget item and a revenue collected for the school district in an upcoming budget year during budget planning, when this has already been a budget item for many, many years in a row? We have to move money from another bucket item to pay that transportation GL, because now we're not going to have that revenue in there, and we don't know where Katie's gonna move that money from. So doesn't this go too far into micromanaging line items in a budget rather than governance of a board as a whole?
I agree, and I just want to point out that parking and driving to school is a privilege. It's not a right. We have offered busing for them, so, and there's fees, there's a lot of upkeep on our macadam, all that stuff. So when we're looking at budgets, which we have experts that are doing, it's not the minimal fee, and as a parent and children, they don't have to park, so they don't have to pay that. It's a privilege, so I'm going to disagree with that. But also about activity fees, South Hunterdon does a $100 fee for 5th grade through 12th, annual fee, and then they have financial aid and that. So in our county, there is one school district that's doing activity fees.
Phil, can you weigh in on my comment?
Absolutely. I think that the board would do well to get used to asking the superintendent when board members have ideas about initiatives that it would like to see happen, as what you were just discussing, that the question, rather than it being in the form of a motion, should be in the form of a question to the superintendent regarding, let's say hypothetically that we were to eliminate the fees. Is that something that you think that we could do? Or is there some way that we could save our students money, et cetera, that in the first instance, there's a very legitimate question as to whether or not the board has enough information among the board itself to vote on something like that without having had first the input from the superintendent of schools.
But that was exactly how it was raised at the committee.
Correct.
So it was raised exactly in that manner.
It was raised in that manner, but the response was that we have to work on the budget, and that this money is already allocated and has been received year over year and has been tracked and is a line item in our budget as a revenue generating plus sign. And if we take that plus sign away, that has to be filled with some other budget item. And in a year where we just increased our budget to 2.67%, and that was a big controversy on this board, and if we have to pull from another item, and with healthcare prices going up and up and up, and I have a feeling it's gonna be a very rough budget discussion when we have to look at those fees and to be taking money away from the needs of the school to maintain those parking lots. And as Tara said, it's a privilege, not a right, that we pay for transportation to get those kids to school. There's a bus there ready for them. It's just, not that I don't want our kids to enjoy things, because I do.
So my question would be then, why aren't we charging everyone to park in the parking lot? Would be
That
my
is a
question.
great
That is a
point.
great question.
So if the
Because-
students are gonna pay, then
Yeah,
faculty is gonna have to pay.
And we might be able to argue too, if you want to look at it strictly from if a student's 18, they're an adult, they need to be driving to work maybe after school. So I don't know if it's the school's place to say, for this one it's a privilege or not. To me, it's about, if you're going to charge one, why aren't you charging everyone?
Because it's their place of work.
We don't bus the
They don't
staff.
they don't have a bus to their
that's-
house to take them to work.
But I'm a student first, so I'm saying, I'm not a fan of charging students when I think that they're of age, they can drive, and to me, that's not a student first kind of decision. But that's all my question is about charging.
And also,
I
if
think
these-
we're-
if
It's an
we're
equity
discussing
issue,
these things, shouldn't this be for the future and not going back, like?
It is.
But it is,
Impacted.
it's for
Well,
next school year.
25, 26.
It's
Well,
26, 27.
26 is.
You're
It's
right.
25.
That's what
My fault.
confuses people.
Okay.
My
You said-
fault.
you said-
I did say that.
Okay,
My
so
fault.
that's what I was,
That's my
because
fault.
that money's already allocated.
Yeah,
Katie
yeah,
has
yeah.
a building a budget. So if it's something, a discussion, it would be moving forward, that 26, 27 year,
Yes.
have a discussion.
That's my bad.
And then at that point, Katie's aware of it, and then she'll
Correct.
go for the budget thing.
That's correct.
But I agree, I mean,
Sorry for the
constituents have brought this up multiple times about the parking, and the
Can I-
fees.
Can I ask one, are there enough, I mean, obviously, if we're not charging, then every student's gonna just park. Are there enough?
Well, they have
parking
to
So
be
you still have
licensed.
your system set up by
Permit.
which
Yeah.
you allow students to have their spot, right?
Yeah.
That system would still remain, however that is from.
No, are there enough
administrative-
spots for all the seniors?
For all
That's
the
another
seniors,
thing.
no.
That's another issue.
At North, no, at Voorhees, yes.
It's a lottery, right?
Yeah, we haven't had to do a lottery in a while, but when you count up the amount of seniors and the amount of spots, not every senior drives.
Right,
They don't
right,
have a car.
right.
So we end up being able to give every senior a spot that has requested it for quite a few years. There was a time years ago when we were about 1,900 at North that we did have a lottery, and there would be kids that would get it.
No, but what I'm saying is if they're not paying for it, then if I wasn't paying for it, I'd be like, oh yeah, I want a spot too, just in case I get a car next month, you know? That's what I'm saying, and then
But
how,
there's
think I
there's
do
a
that now.
process that the administration goes through.
Yeah.
There's so many spots, and I think, is it a first come, first serve? How do you do that? Because I remember with, one of my kids
You
didn't
need a
get.
license and a car. You need to prove that you have a car to drive.
Yeah, you have to fill out.
There are a lot of processes that go into this, and there's a lot of administrative work that goes into this. I will say, you know, we're practicing committee as a whole. right?
Yeah.
And really, that's what you know,
But
this
these
is,
are the ones that they need to hear.
this is, while it is, I applaud the effort. I want to save students and parents money as much as we can. You know, there are also people that don't have students for school, and they do think that parking is a privilege. And parking is a privilege, there's a lot of taxpayers that don't want their tax dollars to go to privileges. And that's why we have so many student activities as well. And, you know, all those fundraisers and things, these are all student-driven. There's no faculty that are saying, hey, I want to do this, and the kids, and then we're asking the kids to fundraise for it. It's the students coming to the teachers and the administration, asking for activities, and then they get approved. And then, you know, it depends on whether or not they want to fundraise for it. So these are all, again, applaudable, I guess, ideas. But the reality of it is that if we don't fundraise for ideas, or we don't pay for parking, there's going to be things that are going to be lost. That's one thing you have to consider, so. And that's why as administration, we do try to look at all these factors, make a decision based on, our expertise, make recommendations to the board on what to vote on. So that's just, if we're practicing committee as a whole, that's my stance.
So I don't think it was a technicality, but it hasn't been seconded.
Let me clarify. I'll make a motion to eliminate parking fees effective the 2026-2027 school year.
I'm going to second that.
Okay, now there's a motion, regardless of whether we wanted it, there's a motion on the table. Maybe we had the discussion.
We've had discussion. All in favor?
I think we should go to a roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions?
Nay.
Just hold your hand up. I got Jess. Dan. Brendan. Sorry. Sarah. Okay. And Brian. I'm just gonna have to add it up. Motion carries.
You guys be proud of yourselves. This is a good thing for the students.
I agree.
Can I just make a comment? I understand the motion. In finance committee, if you want to bring up something like this, I'm happy to entertain this outside of the board table. Just a comment.
I have a question. I have a question on the training and travel requests. Do we support turnkey professional development? So when you have multiple people going from one department for the same PD, do we do that
Sure,
here?
it depends on the situation.
Okay, because I
We've
see.
had plenty of people do things in terms of.
Okay.
Is there a specification of what is, does it go on cost, does it go on location, does it go like on?
Specific to the professional development. Sometimes it's important for multiple people to see, same thing.
Okay, since comments we're finished, I'd like to have a motion and a second to approve agenda items 16.1 and 6 through 16.7.
So moved. Second.
Brian and Dan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays or, any nays?
I'm going to be nay to 16.1 and yes as to the rest of them.
All right, so let's go first. If you have any nays, please raise your hand, and so Katie can.
Okay.
So
I've got Beth for
Yep,
a no on 16.1.
yep.
Tara?
16.1.
Wait, no on
16.1.
Okay. Mr. Lordy?
No on 16.1.
Now that's in regards to the,
grounds.
Grounds,
The
the
grounds
grounds
maintenance.
for Polytech.
Yes.
okay,
Do
yeah,
you
no,
have-
that's 16.1.
No, it's a no. Okay.
No, to 16.1.
Okay. Jess, is your hand up? or-
No, I'm just
No to
thinking.
Same, and then-
No, I'm not no voting.
Okay, so we move everything but 16.1.
Moving on to community relations and student affairs, we did not have a meeting. However, we do have 2 items on the agenda. Overnight field trips, 17.1 and 17.2, student club proposal. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
That was Tara and Nicole. Any comments? I do.
I have a comment. You go ahead.
So I'm thrilled to see the student club, the debate club. Do we have one here at North?
I don't think we do right now. We used to, but they ebb and flow, so I don't think we have them.
Because it's going in, we talked about writing and the components. Going into college, and it's huge, public speaking is, they're pushing. And I think it's a trick, we should be bringing it back here. I mean, I'm just seeing it with my own kids, and to see that, I was thrilled to see that. It's nice to see that they're stepping into that. The overnight field trips, there's a baseball trip to Florida. Who's doing that, and it's our school, it's outside, it's part of?
It's Baseball Booster Club.
It's the booster.
They fundraise for that.
Okay.
You just have to approve it because it's associated with the.
No, the liability, and is North doing the same thing? Are they doing it
Baseball.
together? You'd think they would probably pool it together to get more, I don't know, that was just my,
The North Baseball team does not do a trip.
okay. That's all I had.
And in addition to this debate, as like what Beth brought up before about like the writing, so again, if we take the social media, right, of the kids on their phone constantly, they're losing that ability to have those discussions with one another and express, right? So maybe I think this debate club is a great idea, and maybe this could go into doing some more into curriculum when it comes to actually even in debating in classes, if possible. A safe subject.
The comment I was gonna make is, on these overnight field trips, can we start asking what the per person cost is gonna be by the student to do these? Because I do think that has to start to factor into whether we're gonna approve these or not. Because yes, there may be fun, I'll give you a good example. We approved the North Music Organization to go to Florida, to Disney World, and it's like an $1,800 per person trip. And that, yes, there's gonna be fundraising, but that's a lot of money. And so, I just think that we should have visibility as to what these are gonna cost before we start putting that, again, like I mentioned before, the pressure on the students and the parents, and whether it's absolutely necessary. Like the one going to Hershey, it's a Hershey trip, but you're talking about either taking buses or flying kids down to Florida, and hotel rooms and meals and whatever other entertainment, plus the cost of the spring training. So that's a lot of money to fundraise per student. And I'd just like to be able to have visibility to that when we're approving these going forward.
Any other comments? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any nays or abstentions?
No on.
Was that Brendan, was that an aye?
It was I. It was for me.
Oh.
Yeah, it was the right.
Okay.
I'm voting no on 17.1, but yes on 17.2.
Any other nays or abstentions?
No. Moving on to our delegates report. Tara, can you report out on both, please?
Yep, nothing else to report out on. The delegate assembly is going to be November 22nd at 9 a.m. At Mercer County Community College, and you're welcome to join in. You just will not be voting. We don't have the program yet, but as soon as it's released, I'll forward a copy to everyone. You'll get it too from the school boards.
When's the next Hunterdon County?
It's going to be December.
Okay.
And it's going to be a round table with BAs. And, as soon as we have that set up, I'll let you know.
Where's it gonna be, Tara?
That's going to be down at Flemington, at Pace, so.
Well, if it was anything like your last one, I'll be there.
Great.
Yeah, and once we have our panelists, I'll let you know officially.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Moving on, Personnel Committee report.
Spend
Angela?
time, trying to get through this.
Efficiency.
So, the Personnel Committee met on October 22nd virtually. All members were present. We had 2 agenda items that included, 1, reviewing a job description, and then 2, reviewing our process for the job descriptions that we intend on reviewing as we move forward in this massive undertaking. And I apologize for using a word twice in the sentence. The job description that we reviewed was the School Business Administrator Board Secretary, which was last updated in our district on November 8th, 2008.
Oh my God.
So, yes.
Did you say 2008?
17, yeah.
That is correct. And so one thing that the committee has done, actually, Dr. Berjak's put it together, but, you know, we have, and it's in our folder, the list of all the jobs, the descriptions, when they were last updated. And you can filter to sort of see, you know, least to highest, whatever. So, let's see. Yeah, all of our respective documents to this process can be found in our Personnel Committee folder. For our review and updating job description work, we used both our current as well as the NJSBA job descriptions. You will notice in the Personnel Committee folder, the NJSBA Business Administrator Board Secretary redline job description version, which shows our process and our updates. That was a great suggestion you had made, I believe, a couple meetings ago about the red line. So yeah, you'll see it in there. As noted in our Personnel Committee minutes, we made some changes to the qualifications section and also the job goal section. The committee also liked that the NJSBA separated the job responsibilities into categories. So we liked that format and we kept it. This was a collaborative process, and I thank our committee members for their synergetic efforts in working through this process to bring you a job description tonight that you will vote on. Our second agenda item was to review the job descriptions that we would like to target moving forward. There's a lot of discussions on that. Do we go, you know, top down? Do we go by what was the oldest job description? But our intentions moving forward is to review job descriptions from NJSBA for Assistant School Business Administrator, Coordinator of Human Resources, Payroll and Benefits, and the Human Resources Assistant. And that, and then you'll also see links where I did mention that I started sort of a chart where when comments or questions come in, I can just keep them logged, and the names are irrelevant. I don't have those there, but any responses that I would need from the superintendent or tap into the board president, I can get that information and put it in the chart. So that is my report. Yeah, that's my report. It's my story and I'm sticking with it.
Thank you. Any comments? Okay, at this time, I'd like to call for a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 102825-2 for an executive session to discuss matters reflected in the attached resolution. The board expects to be in executive session for approximately 1 hour, plus or minus. And upon return public session, action will be taken. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions?
We have to do.
I so moved.
So moved, yeah.
You watch it.
A motion and second to reconvene public session. All in favor?
Motion.
Moved.
Moved and seconded too.
Oh,
So moved.
I'm gonna get out of
Are we
here.
back on? We're back on.
Yes, we're back on. Sorry. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Brian
Second.
and Dan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? I need a motion and a second to approve agenda items 21.1 through 22.2 and to include hand carries if provided. That would be personal agenda and the executive session minutes. Any comments?
No, first, moved it first. So
Oh, geez.
Second.
Motion,
Yeah, motion,
second,
second, now comments.
now comments, jeez.
Seeing none, let's vote.
Anybody? Okay, roll call vote.
Mr. Chapman?
Yes.
Dr. Dini?
Yes.
Ms. Gallo?
Yes.
Ms. Hintz?
Yes.
Ms. Bertrand?
Yes.
Mr. Lordy?
Yes.
Mr. McIver?
Yes.
Ms. Reyes?
Yes.
Mr. Spanton?
It's on Bruges time.
Yeah, Bruges time.
Yeah, no.
It's late.
Ms. Stein?
Yes to 22.1, abstain on 22.2.
Ms. Beato?
Yes.
And Ms. Salino?
Yes. Okay, any old and new business?
Maybe just one request, next month I can report having attended school boards, maybe provide a little summary.
Oh, yeah. Were you, was that, did anybody else go?
No, I was supposed to go and my daughter had emergency surgery.
And Rich was-
Oh, Rich went too.
So maybe, Rich, you and Brenda could do a update, we totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, do like a half-hour presentation. No.
Just do a half-hour presentation in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else?
Anyone else? Nothing? Okay. Can I have a motion and a second to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
Nicole and Beth. All in favor? Aye. Any nays or abstentions? Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening. Good night.